my beautiful little unicorns, and welcome back to my channel. If this is indeed the first time that you're on my channel, my name is Vanessa and I, and I would like to welcome you into the fam. So guys, in today's super personalized pick a card tarot reading, we are going to be uncovering everything that you need to hear. And in order for you to receive all of the relevant messages, I have prepared 4 groups that you can choose from. So you may be wondering what makes this pick a card reading so special and so personalized. This is going to be a 2-part reading. For any of you who are familiar with my channel, you understand exactly what I mean. So a prediction method that I love to use and came up with is to first allow you to pick one of these 4 groups in order to receive the first part of your reading, and then to provide each sign of the zodiac with its own individual reading. So that way you can add on to the first part of your reading, making your prediction super personalized and accurate. And if you're all about this type of interactive, chill, and relaxing content, make sure that you hit that subscribe button. That way, whenever you need some uplifting energy or messages, whether it's right before bed, driving to or from work, or just doing things around your home, use my content to support you in whichever way serves you, because that's what I create these readings for. And before I introduce you to the 4 groups, I have an exciting announcement. As already teased on my Instagram, I have my beautiful new crystal jewelry designs available on pre-sale right as we speak. So this video is celebrating the launch of these new pieces. So some of these stunning new pieces that I have designed are these crystal moon rings. They are available in a variety of different stones and 3 different sizes. So I'm wearing the smallest size that is currently available, and the same goes for these beautiful stackable new crystal bracelets that are available. This is the smoky quartz style. So the expected ship out date is going to be September 20th, as all of the pieces are handmade, with each and every crystal being completely unique, so no one bracelet or ring is going to end up being the same. And to celebrate the launch of my new crystal jewelry, which I am insanely proud of, I'm of course going to hook all my beautiful little unicorns up. So I have a coupon code down below in the description box, which is only available for use during the pre-sale. So now is the time to place your order to ensure that you will still be able to get one of these beautiful pieces. The coupon code will expire, so make use of it now, as all of these pieces will be more expensive after the pre-sale. So coming back to your readings, these are the 4 groups that I have available for you today. Group number 1 corresponds to the Pure Magic Oracle deck, as well as the Amethyst. Group number 2 corresponds to the Wild Offering Oracle deck, as well as the Rose Quartz. Group number 3 corresponds to the Chakra Wisdom Oracle deck, as well as the Pyrite. And group number 4 corresponds to the Hermetic Tarot deck, as well as the Red Jasper. As usual, the timestamps to all of these 4 groups, as well as all signs of the zodiac, can be found down below in the description box. So all that you need to do is click the corresponding timestamp, and you will be fast forwarded to the relevant part of this video. So I will be starting off the readings with group number 1, which corresponds to the Pure Magic Oracle deck, as well as the Amethyst. So if this is the group that you chose, you can keep watching. And to all of my other beautiful groups, I will catch you at the click of your timestamp. Hello group number 1, and welcome to your reading. So you chose the Pure Magic Oracle deck in conjunction to the Amethyst. So let me show you a quick close-up of the crystal of your choice. This is the Amethyst. Now the Amethyst is a stone that helps bring out your intuition. So if your intuition is something that you wish to strengthen, Amethyst is a great stone for you to add to your crystal collection. So let's move into your reading to figure out exactly what you need to hear, group number 1. First up, we have Mirror Magic. So in Mirror Magic, I can see here that self-care is a message that you need to receive, as well as kind of holding up a mirror to yourself, group number 1. So something that you need to hear is to reflect on how you're treating yourself, and holding up the mirror to just give yourself a good look, group number 1. Do you deserve the heartache that you sometimes put yourself through, or that other people try to put you through? Are you really deserving of some of the tough love that you're giving yourself? I can see here within the past lives aspect of mirror magic, that one thing that may resurface for you is past life karma. So ancestral pain that has been passed down to you from parents and generations that came before you. But one positive aspect of this is that you have the power to break these ancestral curses, to break these experiences and ways of processing things that your parents maybe did that were toxic, or your grandparents. You can do things completely differently. It is not up to you to fix them or their issues, group number one. Keep that in mind. So I'm just going to move these little chakra stones and your selenite over so we have a little bit more space for your reading, because I do definitely want to add more cards in. Next up, we have the hidden familiars. So in the hidden familiars, I want you to know here that there is a lot more support than you expected. The hidden familiars also correspond to the number 8, and the number 8 is a number of infinite abundance. And I do want you to know here that you can find a lot of natural assistance around you right now. And by natural assistance, I mean animals that are supporting you. This can range from bugs to pets. This can also range to you just feeling like you can really fill up your energetic tank when you're in nature, when you're spending time outside. So definitely don't deprive yourself of this divine support, as I see that this is something that can comfort you a lot more than you ever expected, and that's something you need to hear. Next up, we have the snake skin. So in the snake skin, I can see here that you're being called to pay close attention to body language, and that's maybe also why you chose the amethyst, group number one. Okay, the amethyst is here to help you feel more secure in being led and guided by your intuition. So I do want you to know here in the snake skin that you're being given information not just from your intuition, but also through other people's body language, through other people's tone, and just overall the way that they carry themselves. As I definitely see here that something that you need to hear, group number one, is that there are some secrets that are ready to be uncovered. There are some secrets that need to be looked at, and where some people just really need to come clean. So let's move further into your reading using the Gentle Heart Tarot deck. This is the tarot deck that I authored for any of you who are new. Next up, we have the Two of Diamonds. So the Two of Diamonds does show me here that you may be in a situation where you're forced to choose between being diplomatic and calling someone out, especially in conjunction to work or your studies. So if you, for example, know that someone cheated on a test, or someone has stolen money from a business or an establishment that you work in, or you just overall know that someone is doing some sort of fraudulent activity. I can see here in the Two of Diamonds as well as snakeskin that you may be pushed and compelled to call them out on it, or to at least become aware of the fact that this is not someone that you can continue to surround yourself with. Keep in mind here, in conjunction to the mirror magic, to hold up the mirror and to ask yourself while you're looking in the mirror, is this something that you would do? Is this something that you resonate with? And group number one, I want you to understand that sometimes we can be in situations with people who aren't good energetic matches for us, and it feels like it's a coincidence. Like, for example, if you're working with someone or you're studying with someone, it seems like you're just coincidentally put in a situation where you have to deal or interact with them. And if you know that that person has a very type of shady moral compass or doesn't have much integrity, you are definitely being called here in the Two of Diamonds as well as the snakeskin to not give them so many chances and not give them so much of an opportunity to hurt you or to hurt the establishment, but to try to either call them out or stay away from them, even if they're friendly towards you. If you know that someone is doing something shady to a boss, a co-worker, a friend, another student, or just society and the establishment in general, who's to say that they won't turn on you? Next up, we have the King of Cups. Group number one, something that you need to know, something that you need to hear is that that you're truly an old, very mature soul. And this is most likely not the first time that you've heard this, but I do also want you to understand here in the King of Cups that you can sometimes get in your feelings about things. You can sometimes be really hard on yourself to the point where you're looking in the mirror and what you see isn't what's in the mirror at all. Of course, there are certain disorders that can cause people to feel that way, like body dysmorphia. So that is not to diminish those types of situations. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you going through phases where you look in the mirror and what you see is just nitpicked immediately. So you're not necessarily suffering from body dysmorphia. You might be, but I do want you to know here in the King of Cups that just overall being so hard on yourself, having difficulties discerning between what your emotions are and what is factual, this is definitely something that you need to hear is okay to go through, as long as you're aware of the fact that maybe you are a little too hard on yourself, so you can actually work on it, so you can actually indulge in some more self-care. And then maybe the next day when you look in the mirror, you can actually express your gratitude and your appreciation for who you are and your own unique beauty. Next up, we have the Knight of Crystals. So in the Knight of Crystals, I can definitely see some supportive fire sign energy coming up here with the King of Cups, which is a card that corresponds to the element of water. The Knight of Crystals corresponds to the element of fire. So I can definitely see a bit of an explosive combination of, on one hand, you definitely wanting to put in an effort to be kinder to yourself. On the other hand, sometimes things can just all be too much, and you are being called to hear from your guides and the universe that it's okay to go through that. You're not the only one, and it also doesn't mean that you are sick or so severely sick that you can never get better. Next up, we have the Sun. So on a way lighter note, the Sun is honestly one of the most favorable cards in the tarot. This is a highly positive card that shows that things are looking up. So overall, even if you have a very difficult reading before you, group number one, which I wouldn't say is what your reading is, it's not that challenging of a situation that is being brought to your attention. The universe merely wants you to hear certain messages in order for you to be able to improve your life going forward. But I do want you to know here in the Sun that you have a lot to be grateful for. You have a lot of amazing people surrounding you, a lot of amazing support, but you also kind of need to keep up with the friendships, right? You have to reach out, you have to make an effort to show people that you're there. And it can be hard when you're an introvert, and it can be very easy to feel alone. But when you actually think about it, sometimes we feel alone because we haven't reached out to people just to check in and ask them what they're doing and what they're up to. And of course, you know, people want reciprocity. So if you're an introvert, it can be hard to maintain friendships. If you're dealing with any type of depression, that makes it even more difficult. For some of us, impossible. But you are being called to look at the bright side, to look at the fact that you have a lot of people who are ready to rekindle, reconnect, and strengthen any existing relationships in a heartbeat. Next up, we have Gaia. So in Gaia, I can see here that wisdom, knowledge, and spiritual understanding is one thing that you need to bring to your attention and awareness, because you have a lot more of it than you ever expected, group number one. So I can see that one thing that you need to hear is that you're most likely someone who is also represented in the Hierophant, which is a tarot card, which is like a spiritual leader, which stands for divine wisdom. Next up, we have liberation. So I can see here that a great way for you to unleash that part of yourself, a great way for you to be able to tap into the part of you that is so connected to source and so connected to your guides, is to break free from any type of negative attachment. That is what we have here in liberation. Another interesting aspect here, speaking of numerology in particularly, is that Gaia corresponds to the number 5 and liberation corresponds to the number 25. So first in Gaia, we have in conjunction to the number 5, a little bit of a rift, a little bit of competition, trying to figure out how you can unleash the most spiritual and connected side of yourself, how you can bring your divine wisdom and knowledge to a place where it is useful to you, right? Where it's not just slumbering within you, where it's not just talent that's within you or in your heart that is never used by you or never being able to awaken, where you can actually tap into that talent and wisdom. Then we have liberation in the number 25, where we have the added 2, which shows that it is essential for you to see the duality, to see how important it is to do both. Okay, on one hand, to understand that you're naturally talented and gifted, but on the other hand, also understand that without discipline and without wanting something, without ambition and discipline, it doesn't matter how talented you are, you will never be able to break free from negative attachment or to liberate yourself from things that are holding you back, group number 1. So focus on taking a little bit of both in order to create that amazing mixture for yourself. Next up, we have yin yang. We spoke about duality. Do know here in yin yang that this is a card that speaks of creating harmony through a balance, through finding that perfect balance for yourself. So the universe really is confirming what we just spoke about, group number 1. We were literally just talking about balance, literally just talking about picking what serves you and picking it in the amounts and quantities that you know yield amazing results. And the yin yang card is definitely telling you that that's the right path to move forward with, and that's something that you must hear. Next, we have back to what you love. So reevaluate your desires, come back to what you loved 10, 20, 30 years ago if you were alive 30 years ago, group number 1. I have people from all backgrounds, be it, socially, be it age-wise. So I do want you to know here in Back to What You Love that you're being called to reconnect again with the things that you are truly passionate about. And that is also for me where I had a big breakthrough, a big aha moment when I came back to my roots, loving crystals, crystal design, crystal stones in general. So I put so much passion into things like my crystal jewelry line or like my tarot deck, just all things that connect to source. So coming back to what you loved as a kid is something that can often turn into a big life purpose, because as children we're really pure. The things that we love, we love those. We don't love them because society is telling us to love those things. We don't love whatever we love as kids because we feel pressured into it. There is still this form of purity, as long as, of course, you haven't been kind of biased by parents or society yet. But you understand what I mean. That childlike sense of wonderment, that childhood kind of dream that you had. Come back to that. Reevaluate if you can't maybe actually weave it into your current situation in life and make it a part of your current path. You may be surprised at how a completely new way of life or just a completely new set of different possibilities may open up if you reevaluate what you currently desire and look at what you've loved or all of your life, what you've maybe forgotten about, fallen out of love with, or you were maybe forced to give up. Reconnect back to that, group number 1. Also, please do leave a little snake emoji down below and let me know exactly what it was as a kid that you loved, that you fell out of love with for whatever reason. Maybe your parents told you that you could never be successful doing that, maybe society made you feel that way, and what it is that you're going to do to reconnect with that side of yourself. Moving further into your reading, group 1, we have faith. Trust your faith in this situation. Trust that there is more out here for you, that life isn't just everything that you've experienced up until this point, but there's still lots of new and fresh, amazing experiences and adventures to come for you, group 1. I do want you to know here in Have Faith that if there's a feeling deep within you that you just know is right, like for example, that you are going to find true love, or you are going to be successful in your career, or you feel deep within that being famous is something that you not only want, but that you're destined to be or destined to just become. I do want you to know here and Have Faith that believing in these things is definitely the first step to success. And just looking at everyone who has made a big impact on this world by being on their path, whether it be through humanitarian work, whether it be through becoming famous and being able to share music or share designs with other people. You know, lots of artists and people who are at the top of their game, once they have really made it, they will tell you that it wasn't just luck. It was a combination of dedication, diligence, ambition, of course also talent, but also them knowing that they are meant to be singers, actors, athletes, people who make a big impact in the job world, entrepreneurs, authors. So this is definitely something that I want you to keep in mind, that if you have a feeling within you, have faith in that. Let's move further into your reading. The beetle stands for good fortune, and now if you have been receiving the beetle in multiple readings of mine, I do want you to know that this is an amazing sign of good fortune and good luck being on your side. The tea leaf fortune deck, just as a little side note for you, you see me shuffling live. I don't prepare cards. I don't pre-prepare, pre-prep. You know what I mean, group number 1. I don't prep cards for readings. The tea leaf fortune deck comes with 200 cards. So the fact that you have received the beetle for the first time, maybe even the second time, I do want you to know that this is an immense blessing. This is an amazing sign that good fortune is on your side, especially compared to all of the other readings and signs, but don't tell anyone, group number 1. Next up, we have V. So in V, I can see here that victory in an endeavor is assured. So any endeavor that you're kind of antsy about, that you're unsure about, do know here in V that victory is something that will be yours. Try not to overthink too much, group number 1. That is really the biggest mistake that you can make, as everything is looking up and everything seems to be highly tilted in your favor. Next, we have the Four of Blades. So group number 1, in the Four of Blades, I do want you to understand that if you fail to reconnect with a side of you that you maybe forgot about or that you've maybe fallen out of love with, I can see that it's going to show up in form of feeling a little bit down but not knowing why you're down, feeling a little bit meh but not knowing what type of light or what type of energy is missing in your life. So do know here that something that you must hear is that the energy that's missing for you is that childlike sense of wonderment from your past, from earlier points in your life. And then the Two of Blades, I do see that moving forward, something that you need to hear is to decide to make a change, to not overthink it, to go for it, and to have faith. You can't wait to be sure about something working, right? Big musicians, artists, entrepreneurs, they did not know whether they would be successful before they started, before they embarked on their journey. So group 1, you will have to have faith in yourself to a large extent, and that may also be why you intuitively felt drawn to the Amethyst, because you just intuitively have to follow what feels right for you. But when you're following your intuition and when you're moving down the path that you're destined to be on, Good fortune as well as victory is assured for you, group number 1, and that is everything that you need to hear for the first part of your reading. So now scroll down into the description box, click your corresponding timestamp for your zodiac sign. You can watch your sun sign, you can also watch your moon sign, and you will be fast forwarded to your sign's prediction. So I'll catch you over there. Hello group number 2 and welcome to your reading. So you chose the Wild Offering Oracle deck as well as the Rose Quartz. So let's do a close-up of the crystal that you chose. This is the beautiful Rose Quartz. For all of you who didn't know, this is the stone of endless love as well as friendship, which may be why you were intuitively drawn towards it, but maybe you just also loved what this oracle deck in conjunction to your crystal looks like. So let's move into your reading to figure out everything that you need to hear, group number 2. So first up, we have calmness. So group number 2, the inner divine is the witness of all, remaining still and quiet even during intense turbulence. So take a deep breath and then say, quiet my mind. May your peaceful calm take over. So I can definitely see here within calmness that something that you need to hear, group number 2, immediately is to try to calm yourself, try to quiet the mind, try not to overthink things. If you are a chronic overthinker, group number 2, yes, I'm kind of calling you out a little bit, but in a very loving way, in a way that wants the best for you, because that's truly what we're here for, in order for you to receive all of the messages that you need to hear so you can use them as support, as ways of gaining new perspective, as well as being able to tackle any difficult situations in your life with confidence. Next up, we have the Jewel Within a Teardrop. So in the Jewel Within a Teardrop, I can definitely see some appreciative vibes coming from you straight away, group number 2. I can see here that your spiritual and emotional reconnection to yourself as well as others is something that you're committed to, and even when you fall off the wagon, even when you become very anxious, when calmness is something that seems far away, I can see that you definitely do in your heart of hearts want to reconnect. And that is an important thing for you to desire if you want to ever move out of a bit of a nervous rut. So let's move further into your reading. We have liberation. So everything that you need to hear, group number 2, comes with this message of liberation and you breaking free from any sorts of negative attachment. So negative attachment is definitely something that I would say anxiety falls into if we're going to categorize it, and also of course feeling like finding your inner calm is something that you struggle with. So the more you have your mind under control, the more you will feel like you can break free from negative attachment, and the more you will sense liberation. And drama, okay, on a side note, group number 2, that is something that I need to talk to you about, because a lot of people in this day and age are addicted to drama. And even if you don't like drama in your life, or you feel like you're not someone who likes drama, just pay close attention to what you feel drawn to, even on the internet. Do you sometimes feel suckered in to watching drama channels, tea channels, even on Instagram, you know, paying closer attention to posts where people are arguing with one another or calling one another out? I mean, of course it can be entertaining, but at the same time, try to take note of how these things make you feel and how they affect you throughout the day, because we may think that we're just watching, a little bit of gossip and it doesn't hurt anyone because you're not actively engaging in it and you're not stirring any drama, but passively putting those words and that vibration into your system and into your head can definitely make you more argumentative throughout the day, or make you more suspicious of others and their intentions. So be very careful what type of media that you take in, group 2. Let's move further into your reading. We have next up divine timing from the Wild Offering Oracle deck. So the divine brings things in the timing that we need. Nothing comes before we're prepared, nor leaves too early. May I always trust your perfect and holy timing. So I can definitely see here that divine timing is something that you need to hear, to put your trust into, to not overthink divine timing, and to allow things to happen in the order that they should. You may have heard this saying before that kind of goes something like, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. So that is one type of quote that I want you to take with you on your quest to accepting divine timing and its existence. Next up, we have self-sufficiency. So in self-sufficiency, we have the ultimate self-sufficiency is relying on the universe, is relying on the higher power of your choice. It doesn't mean hiding in a cave and saying, I don't need people. Instead, it's saying, the universe is my source, and I'm willing to receive all the help, love, and support that wants to come. So that is one thing that I want you to understand here in self-sufficiency. That is a message that you are meant to hear. This is part of everything that you need to know, group number 2. So I hope you're taking it all in. Let's move further into your reading with the Gentle Heart Tarot deck. This is the second edition of the deck that I authored. And oh, don't these cards just sound beautiful? I just really love their quality. Next up, we have the Strength card from the Gentle Heart Tarot deck. So in the Strength card, I can see here that being strong is something that you have to remind yourself doesn't mean that you don't need people, like we spoke about in self-sufficiency group number 2. Being strong is more about you understanding that true strength comes from this inner place of also understanding your limits, and when you may want to ask others for help, when you may want to consider asking others to lend a helping hand. That is true strength, being able to admit when you're in over your head or when you do need a little bit of help and support. I can see here in the Queen of Cups that only a very emotionally mature person is able to admit that. Only someone who is emotionally intelligent and eloquent is able to convey the message without using aggressive language, without using some sort of temper tantrum to express to others that they need a helping hand. And in the Queen of Cups and the Strength card, I see that that is what you need to hear, that you are the type of person who is mature enough to tell others, hey, I need a little bit of extra help, but it is important that you don't get stubborn and that you don't start to feel like that is you displaying a sign of weakness, because it's not, group number 2. I can see here within the King of Diamonds that it is definitely also important for you to pick and choose very wisely who you ask when it comes to help. Of course, asking others for help may not be a good idea if there are people around you who expect some sort of like monetary thing in return, or who kind of like expect you to do the same immediately, because real friendship and support is based on selflessly giving. Of course, you want, when you support someone, you want them to be there when you need them, but it's not like you want to like take back that support immediately. It's not transactional when it's a real friendship, right? But there are some people who feel as though, okay, they've given you something, so now within like a week or 2 weeks, they have this like internal countdown. They expect you to do something back for them, otherwise they're mad. And that is where I can see here in the King of Diamonds that you're being called to be very careful with any types of earth signs, especially who may lean towards being almost like materialistic or wanting like an eye for an eye situation, and instead focus on water signs. Okay, so earth signs, for any of you who don't know exactly what earth signs are, we're talking Virgos, we're talking Tauruses, we're talking Capricorns. Right now, when it comes to providing that support, be careful what type of earth sign you take support from. Make sure that you know them and that you know they're not the type of person who expects something in return immediately. Then water signs, we have Pisces, we have Cancerians, we also have Scorpios. Those are the type of people that you can confide in with a little bit more more ease at this point in time, group number 2, and who are going to be there to support you in need. Next up, we have new love. So group 2, in new love, I can see an opportunity for love that's in the works, and I can see that there is a lot of prospect for spiritual growth with this new lover. So if you are single, this may be exactly what you needed to hear. This may be exactly what you wanted to hear. And if you are in a relationship, I want you to know here in new love that there could be an opportunity to get into a different relationship or just overall feel more loved by your partner that you're currently with. Whatever you decide to do is your business, group number 2. I am not here to judge or to tell you what to do, but if you are in an unhappy relationship and you meet someone else who truly does feel like a soulmate, you wouldn't be the first to come out of a relationship that was pre-existing because you felt as though you actually found your soulmate even though you were with someone else. Okay, this is something that does happen from time to time. I wouldn't say that it's the norm, but you may be the exception to the rule. Next up, we have like attracts like. So I can see here that longing for more love, being more loving, this is something that you can do in order to attract more of the like, in order for you to bring more love into your life in general, especially if you feel like you don't have as much loving support as you desire, group number 2. So keep in mind that like attracts like, so the more love and support that you put out there, the more you'll get some love and support back. I've been kind of slacking a little bit with keeping up with my connections, friendships, and acquaintances, so I am definitely going to take some time this weekend to craft some handwritten letters to some friends, send them to them so I can attract the same back. You know, I can attract the same care and love back. So I'm not just always taking, but I am of course also giving in abundance. But now let's move further into your reading using some more cards from my deck. So we have the 5 of Diamonds. In the 5 of Diamonds, I do see here that something that you need to hear, group number 2, is that like attracts like also when it comes to money worries or worries about not having enough time. So if you feel like you've been stressing out about, oh my God, now I'm 20 years old and I still am not an entrepreneur, or I'm still not living on my own, I still haven't found a soulmate. Maybe at 30 years old, you're thinking to yourself, oh, I haven't done what society expects, which is getting married and having children. I mean, whatever the cutoff age is that you feel is here for certain accomplishments, I can see here in the 5 of Diamonds that the more you stress out about that, and the more you stress out about maybe your finances or your career not being in the place where you feel like it should have been, the more you're going to attract lack, right? Because you're focusing on lack. So one thing that you need to hear, group number 2, is to pay close attention to what you're focusing on in general, and to be reminded that the universe doesn't know the difference between positives and negatives, and it's just going to allow you to attract more of what you're focusing on. Like attracts like, both negatively as well as positively. And I think it's very important to be transparent about that, because a lot of people in the law of attraction community and the spiritual tarot community kind of fail to talk about this because, well, it's not fun. It's kind of like quote unquote negative. But at the same time, leaving this out means that you may be manifesting by saying what you don't want, which actually makes you attract more of what you don't want because you're focusing on what you don't want. And one thing that I want to teach you, group number 2, is to only think of and speak out and write down what you do want. Don't even pay any attention to what it is that you're trying to avoid, because you may just end up attracting more of that. But there will definitely be some more classes in my How to Become a Great Tarot Reader course, where I'm going to speak more on the law of attraction in great detail. Next up, we have the Justice card. So in the Justice card, group number 2, I can see that balance is an important thing for you to maintain, especially mentally if you've been putting a lot of pressure on yourself to get things done by yourself or to stick to your word. Sometimes we can make promises coming from a great place, as we spoke about in the Strength card, self-sufficiency and asking for help. And we want to really stick to that if we've told people that we're going to do something by ourselves or deliver something, but it's not always possible. Sometimes we're in over our heads, sometimes other things pop up, and it's okay to have to tell others that maybe you can't fully keep a promise, not because you're too lazy or so, but more because something popped up, or for some reason you need a little bit of help. You need someone to compromise a little bit, keeping your situation in mind. So let's move further into your reading. We have the Burning Man. Group 2, in the Burning Man, I see some collective power, supreme prayer, the Three of Cups, and a celebration. So the Burning Man is a really positive card. Leave a flame emoji down below in the comment section to let me and others know that you're still with me, group number 2. And for any of you who didn't know or aren't in my tarot reader course, the Burning Man is a card that is highly favorable. It speaks of having a good time, celebrating with others, partying basically, and just overall fastening your connections to a point where you feel like they're super solid. So definitely spend time rebuilding and nurturing your connections in life. I can see here in the Banyan blessings that security, the Hermit, expansion, and stability is something that you need to be a little bit more interactive with. So try not to go into hermit mode for such lengths at a time, okay? Try to make sure that there is a good balance between having fun and connecting with others, but also just taking time in hermit mode and to meditate. Make sure that you're creating something that works for you, where you don't fall too much into a party phase or too much into a kind of reclusive, introverted phase. Group number 2, you're definitely someone who has their phases and who goes through different periods of experiences in their life that they're embracing at different rates. So try to balance and even that out. I see that in conjunction to the Justice card as being very important. Drawing down the moon, your divine feminine source, just overall drawing down the moon is definitely something that I can recommend as an energetic practice, okay? Focusing on drawing energy from the moon, paying close attention to the moon phases and when the next new moon is, when the next full moon is, depending on when you're watching this video, and also ensuring here that you understand that your divine feminine is something that's activated during these moon phases, especially when they come to big culminations such as full moons. It is important for you to give yourself a little bit of time to channel, give yourself a little bit of time to connect with the celestial energy. So I really love during full moons to stay at home, to do some self-care, to take some long baths, and also to write down things that I want to let go of, write down things that I feel like I no longer need. And these could be different patterns that I have to protect myself by, for example, not putting my heart out there so much, so I protect myself from rejection, or for example, not putting myself out there in a way that I feel isn't going to reflect well on what I look like, or my thoughts, or what my standpoint is politically, spiritually. So in drawing down the moon, I definitely recommend to you to do what I have been focusing on, which is just letting go of that. And that's definitely how my channel and my business has been able to take off, by not overthinking things, just being myself, saying what I feel, putting my opinion out there, putting myself out there, putting content out there, no matter whether it's perfect or not, rather than focusing on what others may say or what it may come off as. Next, we have thinking of you. So group 2, one thing that you need to hear is that loving thoughts are being sent to you. There is someone who's thinking of you, and they're thinking of you in a very serendipitous way. They're thinking of you in a way that is positive, and shows that they think that you're a light and they most likely miss you. I can see here in achievement that keeping focused on your dream is something that you need to hear right now and is something that you must be encouraged to do, especially if you have felt like your dream is too big to accomplish alone. Group 2, you don't necessarily have to do it alone, and you don't have to feel as though your dreams are too big, because one thing that is clear within your reading is that calmness is your focal point. Calmness is what can get you to a place where you're not afraid about whether divine timing will set in, whether you will actually be able to make whatever your dream is in time, or whether you're ever going to be too old for it, or too broke, or not smart enough. All of those thoughts are just unnecessary and unhelpful, which is why, as we spoke about in Like Attracts Like, just put those aside. Don't even think of that, and know here in achievement that the more you focus on your dream, the more you focus on what you want, the more you will attract what you want, group number 2, and that is what you're meant to hear. So group 2, thank you for spending this divine time with me. Go down into the description box, click your corresponding zodiac sign. You may even watch your entire birth chart if you have the time. If you find this video healing and helpful, all the timestamps to all the signs can be found below. So I'll catch you over during the second part of your reading. Hello group number 3, and welcome to your reading. So you chose the Chakra Wisdom Oracle cards in conjunction to the Pyrite. So let's get straight into it, starting off with your crystal. So this is the beautiful Pyrite. You may have felt drawn to this stone, not just because of its looks, but also because this is a stone that attracts wealth, prosperity, and abundance. So that may be why you intuitively felt like this was the stone for you. But let's move into your reading in order to figure out everything that you need to hear, group number 3. First up, we have expansion. So I can definitely see here that a message that you have to receive is the fact that growth and expansion is something that you should focus on right now. Expansion can mean different things for different people. For some, it is, for example, adding to their family, expanding their family. So think children, think adding a pet to your family, think just bringing someone into your close circle. For others, expansion is personal growth. You're being called to not be afraid of and to not feel like you're a hypocrite just because you're changing, or just because maybe you've changed your mind about something. That's exactly what growth and expansion is about. And if you're afraid of how people will judge you if you change your mind about something that you once had a very strong opinion of, then you will remain complacent. Then you will stifle yourself eventually, because when you're afraid to change your mind, that means you're afraid to allow change to happen. And just because you're worried of what others may think, that is something that shouldn't prohibit you from expansion, change, and changing your mind. It's okay. It doesn't make you a bad person, group number 3. Let's move further into your reading. We have completion. So I can definitely see here within completion that anything that you've started to work on, you're going to have to complete it first. You're going to have to finish any projects that are currently in the works before you can move on to being successful in any other project, group number 3. There's no other way around it. There's no procrastination. You just have to get things done that you have started first before you can do anything new, before you can create anything new. So do know here within expansion, completion, and creation that first you have to be okay with change, with potentially being labeled as the one who changes their mind often, or is a hypocrite, or however people may want to call it. For you, it is expansion, group number 3. And then complete projects that are on the go before you can move into new creations, before you can allow new creativity to flow in. So we have a card here It seems to be a little bit temperamental, and it is the soulmate card, group number 3. In the soulmate card, I can see here that a soulmate is close to you, a soulmate is coming to you. That's something that you need to hear. And you can have multiple soulmates in a lifetime. Twin flames are less often to come by. However, soulmates are definitely there in different shapes and forms and variants. Soulmates can be best friends who you just feel you get along with in a way that no one else has ever understood you. A soulmate can also be a romantic partner, of course, who is your best friend, your twin flame, and at the same time feels like a soulmate when you feel like you just have the complete package. So I can definitely see here in soulmate that you are going to be with someone who understands that you're not just changing your mind at any given point or whenever it suits you, but when you change your mind, there is deeper meaning to it. And this is someone who encourages your creativity, who encourages you changing your approaches to things, and who is fully supportive of that. Next up, we have acceptance. Yes, so that is exactly what we were just talking about in conjunction to your soulmate. But one thing that's also important for you to note, group number 3, is that one thing you must hear is that you have to also harbor the same amount of acceptance for yourself as other people give you and as you receive from those closest to you, those who truly matter in the most positive way. Having acceptance from others is great, but it is definitely also necessary for you to be accepting of yourself, at least to the same degree, if not to a very similar one, in order for you to not stifle yourself when it comes to growth, completion, and creation. Next up, we have herbal craft. So group 3 in herbal craft, I can see that one thing you need to hear right now is that plant medicine can help you a lot more than you had maybe ever expected. In today's world, we have almost like two different sides, right? We have people who like more conventional pharmaceuticals, and we have people who are really into plant medicine. Of course, there are in-betweens. There are people who are great with both, who will go with something herbal if possible, and with something less herbal if it's not appropriate. And of course, group number 3, first and foremost, your health is the most important, and there aren't always the same plant medicine alternatives available on the market when it comes to medicine for various reasons. They're not as heavily invested in. Some aren't as explored. I mean, there are lots of different reasons why sometimes there is no other choice other than using something that is created in a lab. But I do want you to know here in herbal craft that there's a lot of regeneration and support that you can receive through plant medicine, through taking care of yourself in a very natural way, and also using plants as the most direct form of medicine possible. Just think of eating plants, group number 3, doing so on a daily basis, okay? Making sure that you're eating a diet that is filled with fruit, vegetables, just plants in general. That is already a great way how you can save money in the long run by taking good care of your health and ensuring that plants are a staple within your diet. And I know it can take some getting used to. Growing up, I didn't used to eat any plants whatsoever. I really did not like fruit or vegetable. And today I am a vegan. I am a dietary vegan since I think it's been like 8 years now, more than that. So do know here within herbal craft that you can definitely change your diet and your outlook and ensure that you're taking in more fruit and vegetable, or as much as you possibly can, in order to stay healthy in the long run, because the less processed stuff that you consume, the better off you'll be. So just find the diet and the method that works best for you. Let's move further within your reading. We have hidden familiars. So in hidden familiars, group number 3, I do see here that one thing you need to hear is that you have natural assistance available for you. You have allies, and these allies I can see have a lot to do with the natural world. So animals that are supporting you, divine support from your natural assistance. Okay, natural assistance meaning everything that you can find in nature, everything that you can find in the outside world. Natural assistance meaning divine support from nature, feeling at ease and comforted through different powers and energies that aren't always necessarily human energies, but they still feel very familiar. They still feel super supportive and like it's just natural assistance here for you. Next up, we have the songbirds. So group 3, in these songbirds, I can see soul healing that is possible, as well as a release of anything that's been holding you hostage or that you feel has been holding you hostage. So if you have been afraid of losing someone, and because you're afraid of losing them, you allow them to continuously mistreat you, all just because you don't want the relationship or the connection to end, I do want you to know here in these songbirds that this is coming to a definitive end, group number 3, and this is something that you are meant to hear and meant to know, that anyone who has you almost like under a spell and is able to treat you in a way that isn't kind or caring or doesn't serve you, those are relationships that are very temporary, that are not meant to last. And there's definitely some sound healing that you're able to do in conjunction to that. So if you've been going through that, use sound healing to give yourself a little bit of a clearer channel to support yourself. There are lots of different sound healing videos on YouTube that you can access for free. And do know here, group number 3, that it's ready for a final goodbye. You are ready to let go of people who don't treat you kindly, even if you're afraid of losing the relationship. It was never meant to be a forever thing. Next up, we have peace. I can see that dissolving unwanted or disturbing thoughts is what will have you at last find that peace that you deserve and that you need, group number 3. Okay, so right now you may be a little bit worried about losing someone in your life, about having this final goodbye and release being a part of your journey, because it's never easy to let go, especially if you've established a relationship with someone, or if they are, for example, a family member who doesn't treat you kindly, and that family member is getting older, is getting more brittle, is maybe sick. Even though they are toxic, you may still be dreading the final goodbye. You may still be dreading the fact that one day you won't be their caretaker anymore. That's one message that we have here within the herbal craft, but it's important for you to realize that you too have a finite amount of time in your life, and if you are sad for someone who isn't treating you right, group number 3, who's going to feel sad for you when you're at a point where maybe your health has declined, or you're at a point where people are close to letting go of you for whatever reason, maybe because of advanced age or because you're not treating them nicely, whatever the case may be. Do know here that giving too much empathy and holding on too tightly definitely disrupts your peace, your inner peace, and sometimes you just have to give someone that final hug, that final goodbye, and release them. And as I said, the reasons can differ immensely. Sometimes it's a combination of old age, of being unwell, and of them not treating you right. Sometimes you just need to let go of friends or romantic partners who don't value you the way that they should, or who haven't grown with you, group number 3. Next up, we have the Tree of Life. So in the Tree of Life, we have some creativity, fertility that is present here for you. The Tree of Life also corresponds to the number 1. The number 1 is a number that stands for new beginnings, group 3. I hope you can see it right up here. I'm trying to zoom in for you. So new beginnings, this is definitely a great thing for you to receive in conjunction to the songbirds, peace, and giving that final goodbye, saying that final goodbye. I do want you to also know here that these songbirds corresponds to the number 11. So the number 1 seems to mean something here for you, group number 3. So if you see this number over and over again, you can actually head over to my Instagram where I made a short video. It's on my feed about what seeing the number 111 constantly, what that means and what type of messages are being conveyed to you. So do know here within the Tree of Life that you are destined to start afresh soon. You are destined to start afresh in life in a way that feels more supportive to you, and in a way how you can expand, you can create, and you can complete things that have been started and need to be finished, group number 3. So if you're still with me, leave a little wolf emoji down below in the comment section to let me and others know. Next up, we have bread. So in bread, group number 3, I can see that a period of prosperity and abundance is coming towards you. We did briefly speak about why you may have chosen the pyrite, and in conjunction to the bread, I can definitely see that your life is not going to be filled with crumbs, group number 3. You need to hear that your life is actually going to be filled with a period of prosperity and abundance sooner rather than later. I can see here in the wreath that this is going to be a welcome contrast to some sorrow over a loss that you have been experiencing or will go through here, that we have spoken about within peace, these songbirds, but also herbal craft. No longer being someone's caretaker, no longer being that person who tries to use lots of natural, super caring remedies to take care of others who maybe don't appreciate it the way that they ideally should. I can see here within the mule that someone is extremely stubborn and unwilling to change, and that's in the end what breaks the camel's back, or the mule's back, okay, where you just kind of need to move on as you're realizing that someone is being so stubborn to change that it's just overall very harmful to you and your relationship with them, and you can no longer be okay with that. You can no longer support someone who doesn't support you or what you do for them. I can see here within the elephant that this is a big journey and you are definitely growing in wisdom. So the more you kind of have to put up with mules, group number 3, the more this journey feels like it is leaving you a lot wiser at the end. And of course, life is a very long journey. It is a journey full of surprises. And I do want you to know here in the elephant and the mule that seeing people who challenge you or who are difficult to deal with as those who leave you wiser at the end of the journey is a great way for you to grow accepting of them and to, in a sense, almost be like grateful for any challenge that someone confronts you with. So let's move further into your reading using the Gentle Heart Tarot, which is the tarot deck that I authored. We have the Chariot. So group 3 in the Chariot, I definitely see forward movement and the importance of you being in alignment with yourself in order to move forward. So getting all of your ducks in a row, group number 3, making sure that the way that you feel is identical to the actions that you're displaying. So if you, for example, are very concerned with the environment, then display the same type of actions and habits in your day-to-day life. Try to create less waste, try to eat in a way that impacts the environment as little as possible. Because I can definitely see here in the Chariot that you have to align your beliefs with your actions, group 3. I can see here in the 3 of Cups that there is a celebration that's coming for you along the way. So maybe your birthday is not too far from now, or just overall there's something big for you to celebrate. It could be you just even celebrating your successes, as I can see here within the 7 of Swords that you've been working long and hard, and the last celebration where you have just been able to be the center of attention and celebrate all of your growth, all of your successes, that's long ago in group number 3, and it's time for you to get back into that celebration mode, to get into the mindset of celebrating the big and the small things and being the center of attention every now and then. Of course, it can feel uncomfortable, but at the same time, do know here that sometimes even you need to get the recognition that you deserve, and that can feel good. Next, we have the Five of Crystals reversed. So in the Five of Crystals reversed, I can definitely see here that change is something that's coming in your outlook of being the center of attention. I see that maybe in the past you felt very uncomfortable being the center of attention, but moving forward you care less and less about what that may look like or what others may think of you, and you're detaching and expanding away from being in a mindset where you're allowing overthinking and worries of what others may think of you to keep you confined or keep you small. Next, we have the Queen of Cups, group number 3. So in the Queen of Cups, we have a version of you that is at peace with yourself, that is in a place of maturity, in a place of truly knowing who you are, what you deserve, and what you want out of life, and that just giving you that extra bit of confidence that you were missing for a very long time, but is now clearly present for you, group number 3. So you should be proud of yourself for how much you've grown. Think back at how far you've come, even just 5 or 10 years ago. Remind yourself of who you were then and how much you've strengthened yourself, how much you've strengthened your personality and your personal power, and that you haven't always been where you are right now. I can see in the Three of Swords reversed that when you think about that, you can uplift yourself a lot more than you expected. When you remind yourself of how far you've come, of how strong you've been, that is a great way for you to get yourself out of difficult situations that bring up feelings of sorrow. Last but not least, we have the Five of Diamonds. So group number 3, in the Five of Diamonds, I can see that an important message for you that you need to hear is to hold on tightly to your financial resources and to make sure that you're spending your time in a very wise way. I can definitely see here within the Elephant that sometimes you can feel bad for being wise to people's games, because it's like you know how people act and react, and the fact that you have to say no to people more and more. The wiser you grow, the older you get, because the more you realize that there are a lot of clowns out here, the more you may feel like, oh, I wish I could give people the time of the day more, or I wish I wasn't wise enough to this so that I could kind of just see where things go and give certain people the benefit of the doubt. And I agree, giving people the benefit of the doubt is definitely something that a lot of people need to learn to do. But for you, group number 3, I see that it's the complete opposite. You have given people the benefit of the doubt with your time, with your resources, with your love so many times, and gotten hurt that you really have a reason to protect yourself and to not just give everyone the benefit of the doubt, because your intuition and your gut feeling is guiding you to who it is appropriate to open up to and to who is most likely just kind of going to be extremely stubborn or unwilling to change as soon as you need something from them. So do know here in the Five of Diamonds that you're definitely being called to understand that it is okay to not give everyone time and resources, to be very selective. You have a finite amount of time in this physical body on this planet, so make use of it however serves you for a change, group number 3, rather than constantly trying to serve and please others. So group 3, this is the reading that I received for you for the first portion of your prediction. Now scroll down into the description box, click your corresponding timestamp. I also have them pinned to the comment section. You can watch your entire birth chart, or you can just watch your zodiac sign, your sun sign. Either way, I'll catch you over during part 2 of your reading. Hello, group number 4, and welcome to your reading. So you chose the Hermetic Tarot deck as well as the Red Jasper. Let's do a quick close-up of your stone. You chose the Red Jasper, which is a stone that connects really beautifully to your heart chakra. This is a stone that helps you find more confidence and reassurance in yourself. So let's move into your reading in order to figure out everything that you need to hear, group number 4, shall we? So first up, we have the Five of Wands. So in the Five of Wands, I can see here that one thing that you need to hear is that you're not in competition, group number 4. Stop comparing yourself to other people. Stop comparing your life to other people's life. Stop comparing your achievements to what you see on social media, on TV, on any type of outlet that is showing potentially a heavily fabricated version of someone else's life. I do want you to know here in the Five of Wands that ceasing to compare yourself and no longer feeling as though there is this pressure for you to have achieved certain things or for you to look a certain way, that will immediately free up so much of your energy that you can put towards literally anything else other than comparison. Next up, we have the Foolish Man. Start afresh. I want you to know here within the Foolish Man that this speaks of a fresh beginning and a lot of potential for you as soon as you give up the comparisons, group number 4. As soon as you stop to compare your accomplishments to someone else's, the only person you should be comparing yourself to, if you want to compare yourself, is who you were yesterday. Of course, it's very important for you to grow, to continue to expand, but group number 4, make sure that you're doing so in a healthy way, not by kind of putting yourself down, saying, oh, I haven't accomplished this yet, and meanwhile everyone is already doing so much more than me. Don't put yourself in that situation. Don't hurt yourself like that unnecessarily. Next up, we have the King of Pentacles. Do know here in the King of Pentacles that there is definitely some energy here that is boss energy, that is leader energy, that shows that when it comes to your career, making money, and being financially stable, you are a lot more capable than you may be expected, and you're very street smart. That is one thing that I can see here in conjunction to the Foolish Man, that there's lots that you can do for yourself in the earthly realms, but it is definitely important for you to ensure that the comparison stops, because the more you're kind of worried about doing more, doing the most, or looking a certain way, impressing other people, the less you will be able to properly focus on your jam and your work. And this is something that I had to learn as well. The less that I care about what others think, the more successful I can become, even just in my own career. So the less I cared about what others would think if I was doing tarot readings online, the more I was able to grow and expand. The less I cared about what others would think about my jewelry designs, the more I was able to lean into it and put my creative juices towards it. Next, we have the quest. So group 4, I can see that what you need to hear is that you have a very specific purpose. You have a very specific quest that you are here on this planet for. I can see here in expansion that your quest has everything to do with you creating more acceptance in this world for people who are different, more acceptance for alternative lifestyles, and it may be because you want to lead a more alternative lifestyle, or maybe you are already different in a very obvious way, group number 4. Some of us have different kind of struggles that we go through that are physically visible to other human beings. So I can definitely see here in quest and expansion that you are the person here that is almost like the spokesperson, the poster child of how you can be successful and how you can kind of go against the odds and surprise everyone in the best possible way. I can see here within grief, group number 4, that along the way you will definitely find that you will have to let go of parts of yourself that you once held on to so closely. So this is especially if there is any type of say disorder that you're dealing with. This could be an eating disorder, this could be depression, anxiety disorder. There are so many different ways how you may have struggled and so many different methods you may have used to cope. One coping mechanism could have been food for you. Another coping mechanism could have been becoming very introverted and withdrawing yourself from the world, from family, from friends. And I do want you to know here, in conjunction to grief, your quest, and expansion, that the more you learn to step out of that and step into your personal power, there will be times along your journey where you wish that you could go back. So the more successful you kind of become, the more you are also reminded of the fact that, it can be so comforting to have something to fall back on. Even if it's not healthy, you may sometimes dream of going back to old habits, or remind yourself of what it was like when life was a little bit simpler and all that you focused on was just one thing. So you may almost like grieve a bad habit or grieve a disorder of yours as you're overcoming it, because you were so used to it at one point. But deep down, of course, you know that it's best for you to move forward, not clinging on to habits and ways of being that are actually just unhealthy and are actually just coping mechanisms that you have grasped or latched onto because you had no other way of coping through a difficult situation. But you're growing, as I can see here within the enchanted forest, that the more mystery and magic that you encounter, the more exciting that life gets for you. I can see here that on your journey through life, you are meant to have a lot of supernatural encounters, a lot of encounters that seem almost like surreal in a way. So I do want you to understand here within your quest and expansion that this is something that opens your mind to the fact that just because we can't see or explain everything as human beings doesn't mean that other things don't exist, okay? That other life forms don't exist, that other type of senses don't exist, because as human beings, we are, of course, on one hand, very complex, but on the other hand, we are also not the only living beings in this entire universe. Next up, we have the Sacred Heart. So in the Sacred Heart, we have passion, love, and spiritual communion that's here for you, group number 4. So passion and love, this is something that shows up in conjunction to this new journey that you're embarking on, that we're talking about here within the Foolish Man, and you not being in competition with anyone. That is definitely something that kind of reignites passion for you, that reignites love, because you're no longer worried about looking a certain way or your body appearing a certain way to another person who you're romantically interested in. You're simply just focused on passion. You're focused on enjoying your sensuality. I can see here within purification that the less you kind of care about what media says or what others may think of your body, the more purified that you become, because the more you are just okay with yourself, not just okay with yourself, but actually accepting of yourself, feeling whole just as you are, and not feeling the need to change anything. So not feeling the need to, for example, change your clothes, your hair, maybe even get surgery or some sort of like temporarily lasting procedures. You know what I mean, group number 4. There are lots of different like filler things and skin tightening treatments and treatments that, you know, flush out toxins out of your body and leave you looking slim and trim, or whatever the claims may be. I can definitely see here within the purification process that the more that you purify yourself of this need to compete or this need to compare yourself, the less you will feel like any of those procedures are even something that are necessary or you're interested in. I can see here within intuitive communication that you will find silent whispers of your heart a lot more interesting and intriguing as you move forward in your journey, and you understand that looks will only get you so far. Even though in today's day and age, People make it seem as though looks can just complete your whole life and your whole existence. It only gets you so far. There's still so much more that comes into play if you want to lead a happy and fulfilled life. It doesn't matter what you look like. It matters so much more whether you're able to feel happy and complete within your existence. You could be the most beautiful person on this planet, but if you're not happy with yourself or your life, it will reflect in every sense of the way. And I can definitely see here within intuitive communication that following your intuition and doing things that make you happy on a deeper level, not just that make you look a certain way so that you can hopefully display a sense of happiness, or other people can be envious, or other people can want to be with you. Those are all factors that will not make you feel whole in the long run, group number 4, and you're realizing that. I can see here within the flame tree that you're starting something completely new, and in order for you to start something completely new, it's almost like you have to tear down the old facade completely. So think of, for example, a complete reno of a house or a building, and people having to just tear down the whole facade in order to create something new. That's one thing that I can see here within the flame tree for you, group number 4, tearing down the old so you can just put something new over it, something that is less vain and cares a lot less about external appearances. So let's move further into your reading. I'm using my Gentle Heart Tarot deck that I authored so we can figure out more of what you need to hear. I can see here within Justice that no longer being judged for what you look like is definitely something that you are striving to give to others as well. Because you want it, you want to give it to others, group number 4, and this is something that is super selfless of you to do, and a very kind way for you to think and act, wanting to give others what it is that you desire. That is a very mature thing for you to be doing. I can see here within the star that you have a lot of hope for this world and the humans who inhabit this planet, and you definitely reflect that within your actions. I see that in conjunction to Justice. You're no longer wanting to kind of be this person who treats others as you are treated. You want to treat others how you want to be treated. So if someone is mean to you, you're not going to treat them in a mean way. You are growing past that and beyond that. If someone isn't nice to you, you are still going to treat them with kindness and respect, because that is what you would want. And you are displaying what it is that you desire more of, rather than stooping to their level, rather than going low. So let's move further into your reading. We have the 5 of Swords. In the 5 of Swords, I can definitely see here that being the bigger person is something that comes with a lot of pressure, okay? A lot of kind of heavy emotion, especially at the beginning when you're just figuring this out. So there is definitely a need for you to let out any frustration that you may have with other people who clearly don't get the memo that you're not going to stoop to their level, no matter how much they try to antagonize you. I can see here within the Knight of Swords that a great person who you can learn from is this Knight of Swords person who is an air sign. So think Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius. They have come up with lots of great ways to shield themselves from overthinking, or from feeling as though being the bigger person is something that actually affects them negatively, and just looking into how they do it, how they handle the situation, how they're always able to see everything from a viewpoint of fun, love, and humor, no matter how the person opposite of them wants to act. That is a great teacher for you. So even, for example, reading a biography, an autobiography by someone who has been done so wrong. I mean, there are so many people who, for example, have gone to jail even though they didn't do anything wrong, and they were in there for a good portion of their life, to come out, tell their story, and allow others to know how they overcame overcame this hatred that they had towards the system or the person that put them in that situation unjustly. That could be a real inspiration for how you can get over any type of negative emotions that you have in conjunction to people or situations that continue to test you unnecessarily. Next, we have the Banyan blessings. So in the Banyan blessings, do you know here that security is something that is coming towards you? Stability, security and stability is definitely something that a lot of us need and long for in order to feel comfortable. I can see here in conjunction to the Banyan blessings that going into hermit mode and just working really hard on your career is where you're meant to put your energy into right now, rather than focusing on what things may look like on the external plane. Work on what's truly going on inside, because there are far too many people on this planet who are too focused on creating a great external picture. Meanwhile, on the inside, internally, things are falling apart. Next, we have the hollowed heart. So in the hollowed heart, I can definitely see here that gentleness is something that you can benefit from, but is also going to be given to you. The less that you kind of care about what you look like, the less you care about your external appearance, and you just want to be healthy and feel good, the more you're actually going to find that you connect to your sensuality, and that you connect to nudity, that you connect to being okay being naked, and that actually being something that liberates you, that frees you, and that truly makes you feel like at peace, because you're not bothered by what you see in the mirror, and you're also not afraid about what anyone else may think. And that is just a feeling of such wholeness, of such purification, as we spoke about here within this card. Next up, we have the torch. So in the torch, I can see some sort of spiritual development, enlightenment, awareness, and understanding, group number 4. This is something that you need to hear that comes towards you as soon as you're able to overcome this feeling of needing to get even, or this feeling of not wanting to be the bigger person when other people are able to continue to act really foolishly or to taunt you. Okay, the moment you kind of have that epiphany of understanding that that's not even what it's about, that doesn't even matter, that's the moment that you will feel this intense spiritual development and enlightenment. Next up, we have the unicorn. So in the unicorn, I can see here that using your intuition to make beneficial changes is what your guides want you to do, group number 4. Use your intuition in order to be propelled forward. Use your intuition in order to make changes that serve you, because far too many of us are trying to be rational, or trying to kind of play down what our intuition is saying to us, and that is something that in the long run doesn't serve us, because your intuition is the most selfless, pure energy and kind of way to find a direction in your life that is accessible to you, group number 4. So use it. Make great use of this thing called gut feeling and intuition that was given to you for a reason. So group 4, we are at the end of your reading. Make sure that you leave a little tree emoji down below in the comment section to let me and others know that you watched your entire group. Now you can scroll down into the description box and move into the second part of your prediction, where you get to choose your zodiac sign, receive a highly personalized and accurate reading to add on to this one. You can of course also watch more than just your sun sign. You can watch your entire birth chart if you please. Make use of this video, group number 4. That is what I created it for. So I'll catch you over during your zodiac signs reading. Hello, all of my gorgeous Aries babies, and welcome to your zodiac prediction. So I'm going to get straight into it so we can figure out everything that you need to hear. I hope you enjoyed the first part of your reading and that you found it relaxing and supportive. Now let's get further into what you need to hear. We have be authentic. So all my beautiful Aries babies, you're someone who naturally is very pioneering, courageous, and dynamic. dynamic, but something that you are meant to hear is to be authentic. Be real and true to who you are and how you feel. Don't hide your emotions, what you're going through, or the feelings that are bubbling up just beneath the surface. Speak up and use your energetic kind of way of being in order to communicate what's going on deep within you. I know feelings aren't always the easiest for you to speak about, but try to remind yourself that the more you voice your feelings, even if you don't find the perfect words for it, the more authentic you're being to yourself. Next up, we have the Be in the Present and Dream of the Future card. I can see here for you that when we dream everything is possible, that's a notion, that's something that you're meant to hear, my beautiful Aries. So definitely take to heart here that dreaming is not only essential, but it's definitely something that can uplift you and something that can give you more of this confidence that dreams can turn into a reality. They don't just have to remain dreams. But in order to even allow yourself to dream, you have to be authentic, you have to be unafraid to also voice your dreams no matter how big that they are, because sometimes it can feel almost a bit embarrassing to have really big dreams and to say them out loud, because it feels like people around us might just say, yeah, sure, right, whatever, you're never going to be able to accomplish that. So it's important for you to believe in your dreams and to not allow other people's insecurities about dreams to affect your own. Next up, we have like attracts like. So keep in mind here that if you long for more love, be more loving. So if you want more love in your life, be more loving towards others. If you want more success, act in a way that attracts more successful people, more successful vibrations to be around you. Because one thing that a lot of people kind of forget, I'd say, or maybe don't think of, is that you really truly are the average of the 5 people who you spend the most time with. So make those 5 people count. Keep in mind how important it is to ensure that the 5 people you keep closest to you, that they're positive, that they're uplifting, but also that they're successful. And successful isn't like a number that they're like earning every year or every month. Successful is what you define as success. So all my beautiful Aries, if you find someone to be successful who is in a committed relationship and has their own family, surround yourself with people like that. If you find success to be something that has to do with money and monetary gains, then surround yourself who are successful financially, and these things can also change for you. So don't feel like you have to stick to the same thing for the rest of your life. So we have some chakra wisdom oracle cards. Let's figure out what they say. We have miracle as well as discovery. So all of my beautiful Aries, one thing that you need to hear is that you're definitely going to uncover and discover a miracle sooner rather than later. So something that seems too good to be true and that seems like, yeah, this is a miracle. This is something that you can't explain any other way. But keep in mind that it could also be something that you manifested. There's no way to explain why this is happening. Humans just call it a miracle, but actually it could be your manifestation. Next up, we have expansion. So we have some growth present for you. We can see here with an expansion that there could be some sort of pregnancy that's happening around you. So this doesn't have to be you. Expansion being something that people around you are thinking of or maybe actively trying to make a part of their lives. I can see here in workaholic that this is like a great contrast to a very workaholic type mindset. Expansion is definitely something that can put a stop to being so encompassed in your work. Having children, having other responsibilities can definitely create, in a sense, a bit of a balance where not all your focus is on work, but at the same time, again, an imbalance, because instead of just being all work, you're then torn into 2 directions, right? But there's still no time for yourself. So do know here within the workaholic card that something that you're meant to hear, kids or no kids in your life, all of my beautiful Aries, is to ensure that you're not allowing workaholic tendencies to harm you, that you're making sure that you have enough time aside for yourself and your needs and your hobbies, because one thing about being a workaholic is that at some point everything can change. The flip can just switch, and all of a sudden you're going to feel burnt out. And that's one thing that you definitely want to avoid. The Sun, however, is one of the most favorable cards of the tarot. So there is most likely not going to be a burnout of any sorts, but you are still being called to avoid that and to keep in mind here that even though things are working out for you right now, you'll never be as young as you are now, and you'll never have as much time as you have in this very moment. So ensure that you're making every moment count and that you're making the best of friendships, relationships, but also your time, and that anything that you invest your energy into is work that is meaningful to you. Next, we have the Nine of Coins. So I do see here within the Nine of Coins that financially speaking, this is most likely something that you attach this notion of success to. So I do want you to know here in the Nine of Coins that the more you surround yourself with like-minded people, or people who make a good amount of money, whatever a good amount is to you, or make money in a way that resonates with you, because making money is something that can be done in so many different ways. You can do it by helping people, but you can also do it a way that isn't environmentally friendly, violates human rights, and so on. You can do it in lots of different forms. So just because someone has a lot of financial abundance, that doesn't make them a good or a bad person. You really do need to get to the bottom of how they got there before I'd say it's even fair to judge, if judgment is even needed at all. So I can definitely see here within the Nine of Coins that just learning that different people have been able to acquire wealth different ways, and that you can acquire wealth, maybe not, you know, a crazy amount, but more than enough, more than you could spend, doing something that is kind, by doing something that you love, and by doing something that can create fair wages and jobs for other people. Next up, we have the Hermit. So in the Hermit, I do want you to see that when you're thinking in such an expansive way, when you're thinking about attracting more of what you like, when you're dreaming really big, scare some people. And as an Aries, you're already very energetic, impulsive, and impatient. I do want you to know here in the Hermit that it may actually scare some people off to see what direction you're going into with your life, and the fact that you're fearlessly going after what you want. I can see here in the Knight of Elixirs that emotionally speaking, you may feel lots of ups and downs, which is something that is unusual for an Aries, because as an Aries, you're definitely someone who isn't that attached to emotions. You're definitely someone who is rather confident compared to other signs. You naturally have this air of confidence. So I can see here in the Knight of Elixirs that while trying something new and also trying to spend more time with people who inspire you, you may feel a little bit self-conscious and ask yourself what you have to offer, if you even have anything to offer. And one thing that you need to hear is that you have so much to offer. Never question your worth, your value, or what you're able to bring to this world. You are so important, all my beautiful Aries, and it's about time someone told you that and that you heard that. Next up, we have evolution. So I can see here that some sort of transformation is taking place, some earth changes. Climate change is something that you're maybe looking into or more interested than ever, and making actual changes in your career that reflect your beliefs when it comes to these earth changes. Next, we have the Enchanted Forest. In the Enchanted Forest, I can see some magic, excitement, and mystery that is coming along this way with you. So magic, excitement, mystery in conjunction to earth changes does definitely speak of you maybe looking into other forms of life, not just necessarily on this planet, but maybe throughout space, you know, just expanding your knowledge on what is out there in the universe. And of course, with the universe being bigger than we can even imagine, it's not far-fetched that we aren't the only form of life. So I can definitely see here in the Enchanted Forest that dreaming, discovering, uncovering is something that you may be looking into in the next weeks. Next up, we have the Four of Wands. So I do see here in the Four of Wands that we have the Lord of Perfected Work, which stands for work being a little bit repetitive at times. So remind yourself here that if your work is work that you love and it becomes repetitive, try not to throw in the towel or to immediately ask yourself whether your work is really meant for you or not. Try to not get too kind of self-conscious or ask yourself whether you're doing the right thing or not. We all go through phases of work feeling repetitive and feeling boring, even in the most amazing jobs. I can see here within the Hierophant that one thing that you can lean on is to have like a spiritual practice, like meditating every day. For some of you, it may be praying. For others, it may be yoga. Some people like to work out as a form of a spiritual practice to ground themselves before they start their day. Whatever it is that you like to do, I can definitely see here that this is something that you're meant to hear, that you're meant to reiterate in your life, and be consistent and diplomatic about it. If it were easy, then everyone would be doing it, but those days where you need that extra discipline to stick to your guns, to stick to what it is that you have now created as a routine, those are the days that will truly strengthen you and allow for growth. I can see here within the star again that we have a very positive type of, sorry, I said again the star, scratch that, all my beautiful Aries. You had the sun within your reading. I mixed that up with the star, but these two cards are very positive cards, the star as well as the sun. The star speaks of a little bit more hope, a little bit more emotionality, and more of an outlook about what the future may be like, whereas the sun is about really enjoying the now. So you're being called to not only enjoy the present moment, but also look forward to a prosperous future and keep your hopes high. I can see here in the Queen of Wands, last but not least, this is a representation of you, all my beautiful Aries babies. You are a fire sign. The Queen of Wands represents the element of fire and represents the Queen of Fire, basically. This is the Queen of the Thrones of Flame. This queen is energetic, this queen is pioneering, is unafraid, and is very adventurous, very active, isn't afraid to have masculine energy as part of herself and part of her way of dealing with life. So that is one thing that I can definitely see here, that in a room full of masculinity, in a board meeting, whatever, like, you can be an amazing leader and you can be that person that almost steals the show, not in a rude manner, but in a manner that shows that you're confident, you know what you're speaking of, and you have a lot to bring to the table and a lot to offer. So all of my beautiful Aries babies, this is the Zodiac-based prediction that I received for you. I really hope that you enjoyed this and that you found it insightful. Leave a little swan emoji down below in the comment section to let me and others know that you made it all the way through. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to check out my new crystal jewelry pieces that are dropping on September 20th, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming videos. Hello, all my beautiful Tauruses of the world, and welcome to your zodiac signs prediction. So I want to get straight into it, while all you need to do is lean back, relax, and enjoy. So I'm going to be laying some of these pure magic oracle cards out for you so we can uncover more of what you need to hear. First up, we have the snakeskin. So all of my beautiful Taurus babies in the snakeskin, I can see here that some information and secrets are going to be revealed Pay close attention to body language. Pay close attention to how other people are sitting when you're speaking to them. Are they facing you or are they facing in a different direction? Does their body language show that they like you, are involved in the conversation, or that they're completely elsewhere? I can see here within the witch's wounds that it's important for you to do that so that you don't get your heart broken, especially in love. Pay close attention to people's body language. Pay close attention to how people are speaking, not only of the topic at hand, but also how they are speaking about your relationship. I can see here within Baraka that there is this sense of power, strength, force, and expansion in you taking the time to pay close attention to body language, as I do want you to know here in Baraka that when you are aware of what someone is thinking but not saying, that gives you so much of a competitive edge, so much of an upper hand, that you don't have to wait for another person to kind of offer the truth to you. You already know the truth in advance. And as a Taurus, you're someone who is very patient, you're very loving, but at the same time, it's also important for you to be on your toes, emotionally speaking, and to withdraw emotions from anyone who you feel is not 100% committed to you. And as a Taurus, it takes you a long time to warm up and to get comfortable with other people. You are a very rather slow, placid earth sign, but once you are comfortable with someone, you give them your all. But it's important for you to make sure that just because someone got you to that point doesn't mean that they can have that forever. They need to continue to prove that they are trustworthy and that they are deserving of your love and affection. Next up, we have thinking of you. So all of my beautiful Taurus babies, and thinking of you, I can see here that a loving thought is being had of you right now. So someone is thinking of you right now in this very moment in a very loving way, and feels as though you deserve nothing but serendipity, and feels like you are actually just a very kind, warm person that deserves love. I can see here within the flame tree that this could also be the start of something new, okay? Someone who is thinking of you in a very loving manner, thinking of you in a manner of maybe wanting to be with you romantically speaking. This could be the beginning of a new relationship. Pay attention to body language, keep that in mind. Next, we have purification. I can see here within purification that being honest and the naked truth, that is a piece of information that will be revealed here within the snakeskin. I can see in conjunction to the snakeskin that someone is going to confess their feelings and emotions to you. So try to be very warm about it. All my beautiful Taurus babies, try to be understanding and to put yourself in their shoes so that you can react in a way that is reassuring to the person that's making themselves vulnerable in front of you. Here I do see an instinct that something that you need to hear is to follow your instinct, to follow what you naturally feel inclined to do. As a Taurus, you can definitely lean towards being a little bit possessive or jealous, but it's important for you to know here within instinct that you will be led to the right people who can appreciate your love and care in the right way. You just need to follow your instinct. I can see here within workaholic, working overtime, working way too much, burning the candle at both ends. Follow your instinct when it comes to that, and actually learn how to tune into your instinct is what I meant to say, because being a workaholic seems to be just so glamorized in today's society, when actually burning out is definitely something that is really scary and that you should become aware of being something that could easily happen to you. I can see here within grief that if this does transpire, you will be very sad and angry with yourself for the fact that you allowed things to go that far. So don't let things get to that point. There's a reason why you're here within this reading, receiving everything that you need to hear, and this is to keep you from getting to the point of burning out and feeling grief, feeling like you made a mistake. I can see here within bittersweet, all of my beautiful Taurus babies, that of course you're going to feel as though it is a bittersweet situation, because on one hand you thought you were doing the right thing by working, by making sure you're putting in the hours, but on the other hand it also was never meant to be that way, because as humans, we're not machines. We're not designed to just constantly be working. We need to spend time with friends, with family, with our beloved pets, right? Because if not, time will just pass us by, and all we'll have to show is a few titles or maybe some money, and we won't really have any memories with friends or loved ones. So keep in mind here that there is a fine balance, and that being a workaholic, while it's really praised in our society, what really matters the most is quality time with friends and family. Next, we have the Hierophant. So in the Hierophant, I can see that connecting on a deeper level is something that you can benefit from right now. So try to connect with other people through like meditating with them if they love meditating. If your family or friends really aren't that into these types of things, or maybe don't understand tarot or spirituality in this sense, there are lots of great guided meditations that you can do, and lots of great ways online to connect with like-minded people. I do see here in the Five of Crystals reversed that will help you overcome feelings of competitiveness. As a Taurus, you can be a little bit competitive, and the more you kind of try to just focus on your inner world and on yourself, the more you will feel like you don't have to compete at all anymore. I do see here within the Four of Swords that a little bit of troubled sleeping may be the case for the next nights, or maybe you have been experiencing that in the last couple nights, all my beautiful Taurus babies, and this comes from a place of deep unrest and a feeling like work is never truly done, and of being overworked. So keep in mind how important balance is. There's a reason why you're here right now and why you're hearing this right now. Leave a little bikini emoji down below in the comment section, all my beautiful Tauruses, especially if you're in need of a vacation or you haven't taken some time off in a really long time. Next up, we have the Perched Bird. So this is truly the message that you needed to receive. I can see here in the Perched Bird that you may have been asking yourself, like, what type of sign could be brought into your life to know whether you're on the right path or whether you should take a break. Take a break, all my beautiful Tauruses, as I do see here within the Axe that right now there may be some forces working against you, and these forces don't have to be scary hidden forces, and they don't have to be other people. It could be just your own inner demons, your own expectations that are not working in your favor, because the expectations that you have, that you've put on yourself, are just way too high. I can see here within the Jug that a lighthearted and carefree time is exactly what you need. So if you have been thinking of going on a vacation, if you have been thinking of spending some time just relaxing, now's that time, all my beautiful Taurus babies. Now's the time for you to invest in yourself, maybe partake in my tarot reader class, learn something new, go on a little trip, take an art class, take some sort of music class, dust off your instrument that you have lying around at home, and engage in something where you can learn something new, but also relax and also take care of yourself and invest in your future. Next up, we have the Burning Man. So in the Burning Man, keep in mind here that celebration, having fun, and also celebrating the successes that you have is an important part of your path. everything cannot just be all work. You definitely also need to celebrate and give yourself some pats on the back, some more pats on the back, okay? Because in Bridget, I do see here that the number 333 is an important number for you, all my beautiful Taurus babies, so keep that in mind if you continuously see that number. This may be confirmation why, as I can see here that you are divinely connected to some druid magic, and that in conjunction to your instinct right now, you're being led through psychic flames, okay, through psychic heat. So while you are an earth sign, we have a lot of fiery forces within your reading, and it is definitely important for you to follow what sparks joy, what lights passion within you, and what you feel truly compelled to do, what really ignites you and gives you drive. Because as a Taurus, once you get going, it's hard to stop you, and that's when you're able to create the most amazing results for yourself and those around you. So all of my beautiful Taurus babies, this is the reading that I received for you. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Let me know down below in the comment section. Make sure that you check out my new crystal jewelry pieces that are dropping on September 20th, so you can secure yours now, because I have this feeling that they're going to sell out really quickly. So don't say I didn't tell you. Either way, make sure that you're staying safe. Know that I'm thinking of you, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming videos. Hello all my beautiful Gemini babies, and welcome to your reading on everything that you need to hear. I'm gonna get straight into it, so just lean back, relax, and enjoy this highly personalized approach to your pick a card reading. So first up, we have the Empress. So all of my beautiful Gemini babies, in the Empress, I can see in the Daughter of the Mighty Ones that fertility is something that's on a high for you right now, as well as these feelings of being able to nurture and mother yourself as well as another living being. So taking care of another living being, you don't have to be a mother to feel that way or to be good at it, nor do you have to identify as female. This is just a type of divine energy that you are exuding. I can see here within the Eight of Wands that things are moving really quickly, so that's also most likely why the Empress is showing up, because what you need to hear is to mother yourself, to take care of yourself, and to ensure that you're giving yourself enough time for recuperation and relaxation. Especially if for whatever reason maybe you don't have a tight relationship, or your mother just isn't in your life anymore, you can't get that type of support from your own mother figure. Like, you still need it, so don't neglect that. Next we have the Seven of Cups as well as the Eight of Cups. So I can definitely see first off in the Seven of Cups that you have choices. All my beautiful Geminis, you can choose to, of course, wait on a motherly figure to come into your life, but with how quickly life is moving and thrusting forward for you, a message that is here for you is to definitely just take the reins and the responsibility, the matters into your own hands, and to truly work on feeling good about yourself and your life independently of a motherly figure giving you that support. Of course, if you have it, that's great. Like, make use of it, be grateful for it, because a lot of people don't. And for all of you who understand what it's like to not have that type of support, know that it's not like everything is lost or like you're going to forever be damaged. You can give yourself mothering, loving energy. Next, we have the Quest. So all of my beautiful Geminis, in the Quest, I can see that you are meant to be like a role model, like someone that others can look up to when it comes to this, someone who defies the odds and is able to thrive even in a situation where a lot of forces seem to be working against them. In grief, I can see here that this doesn't, of course, mean that you're not allowed to grieve or feel sad or feel like you are kind of down about the support that is maybe lacking or isn't ideal for you. Of course, grieving is a healthy thing to do in order for you to work through emotions, but I can definitely see that you inspire a lot of others when you talk about it openly and make it something that is normal, right? When you normalize grief. I can see here in empaths that it's very important for you to not try to push through barriers that have been laid or put on your path for a reason. Sometimes we don't meet a new lover or we don't heal for a while because part of our journey is to just linger in a specific area of grief for a little while longer. And instead of trying to just like break through it and get through it really quickly, keep in mind here that some things aren't meant to just be a quick fix, and to respect that everything has its own type of process. And while we do have the Lord of Swiftness and the Eight of Wands, while most things are working really quickly in your life, I see that things connected to grief that are part of your journey may take a little longer for you to fully process and heal from. Next up, within prayer, I hope this isn't like triggering to any of you, whether you call it prayer, meditation, or yoga. I do want you to know here that through being in a place of mindfulness, you are definitely able to keep your mind on what you truly want and keep your mind off of the things that you're trying to avoid. Because sometimes when there is some sort of roadblock, like we were talking about, you can start picturing like the worst case scenarios, which of course is not a helpful thing to do for you to do at all. So make sure that you're keeping your mind in a healthy and uplifted space. I can see in the Seven of Diamonds that a space where you can get support from right now is in your job, is when it comes to whatever it is that you do to make a living, or maybe you're even still studying. I can see in the Seven of Diamonds that throwing yourself into work or talking to like a coworker or a fellow classmate of yours can really make you feel like taken care of, supported, and like you have someone who understands you and what you're going through. I can see here within Judgment that will stop you from like judging yourself so hard, but it will also stop you from feeling an immense amount of pressure if you're just able to share your experiences with other people. As a Gemini, you are very communicative and witty, and you're like the best storyteller of the entire zodiac. So definitely like tell stories to others. It will ensure that you have a very lighthearted, fun mood around you, and that you get some attention that you really need and deserve. I can see here within the star that there's a lot of hope on the horizon for things to start to look better for you, or for just overall grief to be something that you can get over. It's almost like the less you try to combat and fight difficult feelings of grief, the more you will actually come to notice that it starts to subside and fade away the less you focus on it. I can see here within the Page of Cups, all my beautiful Geminis, that you're trying out new ways of coping, new coping mechanisms. And these new coping mechanisms are, of course, going to take some trial and error for you to get to know what works for you. But do keep in mind here in the Page of Cups that it's really healthy for you to try different things and to explore different sides of yourself. Next, we have the Axe. So in the Axe, I can see that there are certain forces that are working against you. And all my beautiful Geminis, you know that the most important thing on my channel is for me to be honest, not just to, prepare piles of cards that are all just telling you what you want to hear. So if you appreciate that, leave a little lemon emoji down below in the comment section, and let's get into figuring out what forces are potentially working against you and how you can stop that from happening. I can see here within the Torch some spiritual development, enlightenment, awareness, and understanding. So that is a tool that you can use in order to combat or stop these forces from working against you. So this definitely leads me to understand that these forces are mostly forces that are internally happening within you. So forces like you overthinking, being very hard on yourself, judging yourself. And the best way for you to work against that or to overcome that is through enlightenment, is through awareness and deeper understanding. I can see here within the vine that you are being called to seek out information that will help you. So seeking out information that will help you, you're definitely already doing that right now. So be proud of yourself for doing that, all my beautiful Geminis. Also in the vine, seeking out information that will help you could be, for example, listening to podcasts, very positive podcasts, taking in more high vibrational and positive messages and content rather than succumbing to drama or shows that are heavily scripted. I can see within the archway new opportunities, possibilities, and paths that are opening up. And that is part of everything that you need to hear. The more you seek out information that helps you and adds to your spiritual development and enlightenment, the more paths and opportunities will open up for you. I can see here in the dragon that you're definitely being called to become aware of self-delusion, as judging yourself too much or being too critical, nervous, and tense could be a way how you're just diminishing what you're truly capable of. I can see here in the flag that you're being called to not be tempted to lower your standards for anyone, all my beautiful Geminis, okay? Especially when it comes to close relationships in your life. It can be a lot easier to just lower your standards and to be okay with, like, I don't want to call it leftovers, but yeah, leftovers. If someone makes a lot of promises or says that they're going to treat you right, but they end up not doing that, they end up maybe not giving you as much time, affection, or love as you really want and deserve, that is you just being okay with leftovers and crumbs. So I can definitely see here in the flag, don't be tempted to be okay with that, and be aware of greedy people, all my beautiful Geminis. Become aware that those are the types of people and just energetic entities that would be working against you. People who are really greedy, who want to have their cake and eat it too. People who don't want to become aware of the fact that it is all about give and take, and that you are not going to be settling for less, as we spoke about here within the flag. So all of my beautiful Geminis of this world, this is the reading that I received for you. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you loved this highly personalized approach to a pick a card tarot reading. Leave a comment down below letting me know what you loved most about it and what hit home for you. Make sure that you check out my new jewelry pieces that are going to ship on September 20th. I have this feeling that these pieces are going to sell out super quickly, so don't say I didn't tell you. So all my beautiful Geminis, thank you once again, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all my beautiful fellow Cancerians of the world, and welcome to your reading. So let's move into this zodiac-inspired part of your prediction so we can figure out exactly what your sign needs to hear, shall we? First up, we have a drawing down the moon. So drawing down cosmic energy is actually something that I'm definitely going to talk about soon, either on my channel or on my Instagram. Drawing down the divine feminine, which is the representative energy of the moon. The moon has divine feminine energy, energy of source that allows you to channel calmness, allows you to channel stillness into your life. So as a Cancerian, you're very emotional and loving, but sometimes you can also be a little moody or touchy. So drawing down the moon is definitely something that can help you balance yourself out. Moon meditations, I would recommend that. Next up, we have the songbird. So all of my beautiful Cancerians, in the songbird, I can see that right now, any attachments that are unhealthy can be broken. Sound healing is a great thing for you to do right now as well, and being able to release attachments without feeling like you are losing something or missing out on something. Let go of attachments to toxic people who don't serve any positive purpose within your life. Release them. Release the binding type of energy that exists between you and those people. I can see here within sylphs that peace is something that can impact your life more profoundly than you ever expected. Truly being at ease and at peace, just truly being unbothered. I can see a strong sense of importance when it comes to that for you, as well as in the hidden familiars, this connection that you have to the animal kingdom, this connection that you have to a Mother Earth, to Pachamama. So I do want you to know here that your connection to Mother Earth comes with a lot of allies and natural assistance. So going into the nature or spending time with animals is a great way for you to derive this type of divine support, all while drawing down energies from the moon. Go out during one of those days where you can even see the moon during the day, and make sure that you're drawing down the energy of the moon as much as you can. In Belladonna vision, I can definitely see that you're being called to be cautious, to stand firm in the things that are important to you, and to not lower your standards. It's better for you to be alone and for you to spend time in nature, spend time with pure souls of animals, than to be with people who are fake or who are taking advantage of how protective as well as intuitive that you can be, and using that to their own advantage. So if you've ever been friends with someone who always asks you for advice and you always give them the best advice, the most helpful, eloquent, amazing words of support, wisdom, and of course advice on how to move forward, but then when you ask them, well, what do you think I should do in a difficult situation when you're going through something difficult, and all they basically have to say to you is, oh, well, I don't know, I guess you could try, or I don't know, I guess everything's going to be fine, just don't overthink it. But they're not even putting in any effort to help you or to give you the same type of advice. That is definitely one thing that I see here in Belladonna visions, that you're being called to look out for, and to stand firm in your knowingness over the fact that you deserve people who give you the same energy that you give them, who provide you with the same thoughts as well as love. I can see here within discovery that you're definitely going to discover a nook, a little cranny in your heart that you didn't know up until this point. And as a Cancerian, you may feel like your heart couldn't possibly get any bigger. It's already so huge. You're already really caring, and you look out for so many people. But I see here in discovery that you're going to discover that you can take a lot more than you ever knew or expected. I can see here an expansion, that right now there is an active expansion taking place within you, within your heart chakra, that is opening you up to new possibilities and new ways of accepting other people. I can see here that these two cards popped right out of the pile. In case you didn't see, we have dissipating as well as gossip. So all my beautiful Cancerians, I can definitely see here that dissipating is something that you're very scared of, and why you're scared of this is because you see that a lot of people literally only have either gossip in their life or just, dissipating, just sitting at home all day watching a Netflix, a Hulu show, and not really doing anything else. And it's almost like the only thing that gives them energy or that makes their eyes sparkle as gossip, is talking about other people. So I can definitely see here that this is something that you need to hear and be made aware of, that you have to be very cautious around those types of peoples because they are energy vampires, and to keep in mind here that you can break those ties. The songbird is also a hex breaker. This is a breaker of any type of unseen ties that you may feel with other people, and that the best thing for you to do is to connect with natural assistance, okay? Connect with things that are positive influences that have nothing to do with fabricated lies or gossip, and to become really aware of people who seem to always have drama or gossip in their life. And when they don't have drama or gossip, like they are just bored out of their minds and they're looking for the next thing, or they're unhappy and then nagging on you. So it's very important for you to pay close attention to that, and to know here in Sylphs that you can be your own agent of change. You can be your own peacemaker, and you don't have to wait for them to change, because they most likely never will if they're already like this. So next up we have impatience. All my beautiful Cancerians, because you can be pretty changeable and, as mentioned earlier, a little bit moody, and I feel like I'm allowed to say that as a fellow Cancerian, because you know I'm not shading you, I'm just being honest with you. That can make you very impatient, and that can make you want to see results way more quickly than is maybe appropriate, especially when you're manifesting, when you're drawing down energy from the moon. Maybe you've been manifesting or journaling during new moons or full moons. Become a little patient. Something that you need to hear is that patience runs very thin when you are moody or when you're changeable. I can see here and get to know each other that to learn to meet another's need for love is what you should focus on right now. So that could be a romantic partner, but it could also be a friend. And also like get to know yourself and your situation before you already expect results, because often when you put in a lot of work into something and you now expect results, you're growing more and more impatient by the day. You want things to finally come to fruition, like a successful business venture taking off. You may not even be aware of the fact that there are certain parts that you haven't thought through. Like, what are you going to do when the business does take off? Who do you want to be? Will you need any further investment? Do you need to change something about your presentation? Like, yeah, maybe you have a great idea, but maybe you just need to learn to meet the market's need a little bit more, rather than just be obsessed with your thing yourself. Maybe learn how you can translate that into a product or a service that other people really, really want. Next up, we have appreciate this moment. Every situation is an opportunity to grow and find love. This is a divine message that you are meant to hear. This is part of everything that you need to hear, to appreciate this moment and to not wish for it to be different, to not feel as though there's always something to nitpick, but instead to understand that every situation and every experience is an opportunity for you to grow as a human being, but also find more love, whether that be platonic love through a friend that just really fills you up, or maybe it's a partner that makes you feel so seen and so taken care of. Like, these are all valid things to think of and want more of in your life, but also keep in mind that sometimes the only person blocking that out is yourself. We have lost love show up next. I can see here that surrender, healing, and release, that's part of everything you need to hear. Surrender to the present moment and surrender to releasing any type of contracts or soul contracts that you have. If there are any contracts that you have in real life that you're not happy with, work on dissolving them. It could even be like a marriage. It could also be a business contract. And finally, move into healing and releasing. The big job isn't to dissolve the contract or get rid of it. What is actually going to take a lot of time and effort is the healing and is the releasing of feeling like you're still tied to this situation. So the quicker you can formally dissolve something, the quicker you can start doing the actual deep emotional work. I do see within the Chariot that right now, if you feel like you're all over the place, all my beautiful Cancerians, you have to get yourself back on track. Just like a train can't move forward on any type of track that isn't moving in a concise direction. You know, if one part of the track is going over here and another part is going to the left, obviously that's not going to work. So leave a little like train emoji down below in the comment section if you get what I mean. So do know here within the chariot that becoming clear of your path and sticking to that path is an essential way, well, the only way that you will be able to move forward. I do see here within the Emperor that you're the decision maker, you're the strong one, and also you've got more energy than you expect. Okay, you've got more to offer than you ever thought you did, all my beautiful Cancerians. But it's up to you to kind of embrace that. It's up to you to show yourself that you believe in that, and also to challenge yourself. So it's just like working out. If you've worked out really hard for a couple hours and you feel like you just can't go anymore, like it's up to you to push yourself that extra like 10 minutes, those extra 12 reps, that extra mile, to show yourself that you're a lot stronger than you thought you were, or than you've ever kind of pushed yourself to the limit of. I can see here within the Fool that with every time you push yourself to the limit, with every time you push yourself to a place of true strength and of just seeing how strongly you're really built, it's going to be like you're starting a whole new chapter, because now all of a sudden you know that instead of, say, running 5 miles, you can run 7. All of a sudden you set the bar a little higher. You're beginning like a new journey. You're seeing things with a completely fresh outlook about what your capabilities are. The same goes for your career. Once you understand that, okay, well, you know, I can get all of this work done in just 1 or 2 days. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to move from expecting this type of new level of performance from yourself. And I can see here in the 9 of Elixirs that right now challenging yourself is actually a really healthy thing to do. Oftentimes when we challenge ourselves too much, of course, we risk just having way too much pressure, way too much anxiety in our life. But I can definitely see that for you, something that you need to hear is that it's time to set your standards a little higher, to push yourself to the limit in a very like cheeky type of way, and to see how much stronger than you ever thought you were that you truly are. So all of my beautiful Cancerians, this is the reading that I received for you. Make sure that you check out my new crystal jewelry, especially the moon themed rings, as this is something that corresponds so well to your sign. And as already mentioned, all the pieces are handmade, so they're probably going to sell out really quickly as there is only limited availability. So all my beautiful Cancerians, thank you so much for tuning into this divine time and space with me, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming videos. Hello all my beautiful Leos of this world, and welcome to your zodiac signs reading. So I'm gonna get straight into it. All you need to do is lean back, relax, and enjoy this highly personalized add-on to the first part of your reading. So first up, we have the Devil. So all of my beautiful Leos here within the Devil, I can definitely see that you're being made aware of materialism and how that is actually something that can affect your life negatively, and to watch out for any type of materialistic people and streaks within your life. Okay, so try not to get too attached to the material realm. Next up, we have the Death card. So all of my beautiful Leos, I hope that you like this very transparent reading. In the Child of the Great Transformers, know here within Death and the Devil that you breaking free from these constraints that materialism may have put on you at some point in time, you're going to go through a complete rebirth. Contrary to what a lot of people believe, the Death card is not actually a negative card. This is actually one that can be seen as highly positive, especially if you've been feeling stuck in your life. The death of an old chapter means that you can finally get a breath of fresh air that was much needed. I can see here within the Queen of Swords that the Queen of the Thrones of Air definitely brings more communication skills to you, more of an ability to speak up about what you need. As a Leo, you are very generous and warm-hearted, and often people try to say that you are bossy, or that you are only focused on yourself, that you can be egocentric, but that is, quite frankly speaking, not true most of the time. A lot of Leos just struggle to express their wants, needs, and desires to others, and kind of struggle to express how they truly feel. So they come off as pompous, or they come off as having this kind of like bossy attitude, when in actuality you just struggle to find the right words. I can see here within evolution that is something that is changing, especially in conjunction to the Death card and this complete transformation for you. You're no longer going to be like a slave to your struggles to finding the right words. You're going to be able to transform into feeling more secure and feeling more like you truly know what to do next, what to say next, and how to communicate what's going on with you internally. I can see here within a lost love that in the past you may have loved and lost, and that caused you to have to release a lot of your confidence in yourself, because you felt like you were so sure about the love that you had, and then you lost it, or you were so sure about a situation that should have brought you more happiness and more love, but you had to surrender to the fact that loss is something that is part of the human experience, and even you aren't safe from loss, even you aren't immune to it. So I can see in lost love that a lot of healing has been done by you, and this is definitely something that has left some scars, hence also why transformation and change is something that can happen a little slowly for all my beautiful Leos, but nevertheless, like, you're learning as you're going, and that's something to be very proud of. I can see here within rising above all my beautiful Leos that clarity, freedom, and a solution is brought to you soon, especially in conjunction to the Queen of Swords. This is the queen of the element of air. Air signs meaning Aquariuses, meaning Libras, meaning Geminis. I can see here that that type of energy, if you have a lot of that in your birth chart, to make sure that you watch one of your air signs readings, is what I meant to say, in order to bring you more clarity, freedom, and solutions, so you can rise above trials and tribulations and find peace, just as this dove displays. So if you're with me right now, leave a dove emoji down below in the comment section. That way you can let me and your fellow Leo brothers and sisters know that you're here. Next up, we have yin and yang. So in yin yang, I can see creating harmony through balance, creating harmony through understanding that life is like this balancing act between losing and gaining, between becoming healthier and stronger, but also in a sense getting older, more brittle and weaker, and understanding that in the in-between, that is a space that we can live in, that is a space that we can kind of rejoice in life in, and also remind yourself here that harmony is something that can be created, even though life often feels really scary and daunting. Do know here that enjoying life is something that you're meant to do every single day, and you can do so by creating harmony through balance. Next, we have actions speak loudly, all my beautiful Leos. So express your love through actions. You are already a very fiery masculine sign, so taking action isn't necessarily something that is new to you. It isn't something that is foreign to you. You are an enthusiastic and creative soul. So action speaking loudly is a great card to show up for you, because when you take action, you like go big or go home. So once you do a gesture for someone who you love or care about, like, it is the real deal, and it's everything that the other person could have dreamed of. So do more of that, as I can see that it will benefit your relationships. Next up, we have romance. Lavish the one you love with personal attention and affection. So we literally just spoke about that, all my beautiful Leo babies. Now's the time for you to kind of like romance the pants off the person who you fancy, quite literally speaking, if you know what I mean, and to put as much thought as you can into your romantic life. Get to know one another. Wow, really putting in the work here. I don't see anything about work in the sense of work that makes you money or studies. I definitely see you being called to know that spending time in romantic relationships right now is where you're meant to be, learning to meet one another's needs, getting to know one another, just focusing on your romantic life is where you're meant to put a lot of your energy towards right now, all of my beautiful Leo babies, especially because you're a sign that is said to be a good lover and just someone who you remember once you've had a sensual encounter with them. I can see here within confusion that in order to avoid any type of confusion in your relationships, getting to know one another is important, as well as displaying to the person of interest that you really care about them. As I do see here within dissipating, that the more you just allow things to be up to chance, the more your love life is going to slowly start to dissipate or become boring, which is definitely a Leo's kryptonite. You're not good with anything that's boring. Being bored is the worst thing that could happen in a relationship with a Leo, because then you risk just losing them altogether. Then you risk them just checking out completely. So try to keep things fun, even if you're the one who has to put in the work when it comes to that. Next up, we have the Magician. So the Magician is a card that has a lot of this like mixed energy of all the suits and symbols, right? We have the diamonds, we have the crystals, we have the swords, as well as the cups. So this is the deck that I authored, the Gentle Heart Tarot deck, and I do want you to know here in the Magician that using a little bit of everything is what will serve you best right now. Use a little bit of your emotional intelligence, use a little bit of your groundedness that you have here within the diamonds, use a little bit of your fiery magnetic Leo force, as you're definitely someone who makes an impact when you enter the room, like heads turn, so use that to your advantage. I can see here within the Emperor reversed that actually you really don't need to do much in order to have things go your way. When you put too much effort or too much bossiness or push into things, it can be overbearing. Like, you only need a very tiny little bit of force and conviction in order for things to go your way and for things to turn out in a way that you like. I can see in the Page of Cups that a water sign right now can give you any support that you need. A water sign is someone who is a Scorpio, a Cancerians, or a Pisces. Do know here in the Page of Cups that having friends like that is definitely a great way for you to feel supported and for you to feel heard. They are a great contrast to your very phallic masculine energy, as water signs have very divine feminine type of energy, all my beautiful Leos, and that balances you out. I can see here within the closing circle that pure intent is one thing that is always with you. So no matter what other people may say about you, remind yourself here that as long as your intent was pure, it doesn't matter what others may think or say about you. You don't have to justify your feelings. You don't have to justify what you're going through. I can see here within the snakeskin that as long as you make informed decisions for yourself and you're doing so with pure intent, as we spoke about here within the closing circle, it's okay for you to not have to like tell people why you're making certain choices, like why you're only eating certain foods or why you're not going to be okay with doing certain substances, having certain substances in your life. For me, for example, I don't drink any alcohol. I used to when I was just 18, it's legal over here, and of course you're trying stuff with your friends, but for a few years now I haven't drank any alcohol. I never drink any coffee. I Of course, don't do any other substances. And I do want you to know here in the snakeskin that you don't have to justify yourself, because at the beginning I definitely always felt like I had to justify why I won't even have like one little drink, or why I'm not going to drink any coffee, or why I wouldn't try anything like that. But I do want you to know here in the snakeskin that you don't have to give anyone a reason. If the intent is pure and you know that that's what you have to do in order to keep your sacred doors closed from any type of adversity or negativity, then do so, okay? Because closing your doors and your circle is important for you to protect yourself. And if you feel like you are losing sacred energy by exposing yourself to certain substances and situations, stay away from that, and don't feel like you are the odd one out, or like you have to give a good reason why. The fact that you simply don't want to and you're protecting yourself is all that you need, all my beautiful Leos. And if you need that added support, reach out to that water sign friend that you know is going to listen to you and be there for you. So all of my beautiful Leo babies, this is a reading that I received for you. Ensure that you check out my new jewelry pieces, as they are going to ship on September 20th. And I have this feeling that they're going to sell out really quickly, just like my Gentle Heart Tarot deck. So don't say I didn't tell you. Thank you so much for spending this divine time and space with me, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming videos. Hello, all my beautiful Virgos, and welcome to the zodiac portion of your reading. So I'm going to get straight into it. Lean back, relax, and enjoy this highly personalized approach to your pick a card reading. So first up, we have the Thinking of You card. All of my beautiful Virgos, I want you to know that someone is thinking of you in a very loving way, and this of course is putting a lot of serendipitous energy around you. So if you've been wondering whether that special someone is thinking of you, this is confirmation for you, all my beautiful Virgos. Next, we have Perception. So in Perception, I can see here that looking beyond the veil of illusion is important for you to do. As a Virgo, you can be modest and shy at times, and in a way just so humble that sometimes you can be overly critical of yourself and really harsh on yourself, as well as a bit of a perfectionist. So do know here in Perception that that's literally what it's all about, your perception of yourself, and you have the power to change that. You do not have to just feel as though being hard on yourself is the norm, or is something that is just the way it is. You can change that. You can be more lighthearted with yourself. I can see here in the Sacred Earth Mother, Sacred Pachamama, that a message of love is here for you. We already spoke about that in Thinking of You. So an important message on everything that you need to know definitely has to do with loving thoughts that are being radiated towards you, all my beautiful Virgos. So someone thinking of you in the kindest, most loving and respectful way. Next, we have Vodun Roots. So I can definitely see here in Vodun Roots that respect, survival, liberation, and freedom, those are topics that are important for you. I do want you to know here, in conjunction to Thinking of You, as well as the Sacred Earth Mother, that you are being thought of highly and in a very respectful way. And people do definitely see you as someone who can overcome any type of form of adversity and is really strong. You are someone that people feel is free in their pursuit of choosing whatever they want in life. So do know here that this is a message that you're meant to hear, because even though other people may think of you with loving thoughts, you may not feel that way about yourself. In the ancient amulets, I can see fortune, protection, skills, as well as possession. So if there's like an old necklace from your mom, your grandma, your dad, I mean, whatever old necklace it is, you may have found it in a thrift shop. I want you to know here that it holds more power of abundance than you expected. So put it on, get it resized or remade in a way that you can use it. So if you've always had a feeling about a necklace or a piece of jewelry, definitely use it as a way for you to attract more of what you desire and of you to feel more confident in your day-to-day life. And if you do not have a piece of jewelry yet and you are into harnessing power within crystal jewelry, make sure that you check out my new crystal jewelry designs that are going to be shipped on September 20th. And I have a feeling that this pre-sale is definitely going to sell out, so don't say I didn't tell you, all my beautiful Virgos. Let's move further into your reading. Next up, we have the Raising Winds. So in the Raising Winds, I can see here that there's some sort of magical release that's coming for you. So as though your life is like a room that's filled with heavy winds, and then all of a sudden like a door opens and the wind just goes out and there's this heavy big release. I can definitely see here that in Raising Winds, right now things may be pulling you in all types of directions, and it can be hard for you to say no. It can be hard for you to set boundaries. So I do want you to know here in Raising Winds that this magical release is something that's going to come at just the right time and definitely help you feel a lot more relaxed and make you feel less overwhelmed with your life. Next up, we have the Star. The Star is one of the rather favorable cards of the tarot, all my beautiful Virgos. So this is a card that speaks of hope, that speaks of trust and deep understanding. Next up, we have the Eight of Elixirs. I can definitely see here that an important thing for you to do in conjunction to the Star is to take good care of yourself, okay? Put on a face mask, moisturize, make sure that you are spending enough time pampering yourself, as I can definitely see here in the Knight of Rods that sometimes you can just get so caught up in whatever you're doing in work, in pushing forward with your life, that you forget how essential it is for you to take care of your basic human needs as well. I can see here within the Two of Elixirs that when it comes to love, you have a choice, and there is a choice to be with a romantic partner that fulfills you. This is most likely a fire sign. I can see that here in the Knight of Rods. So think a Leo, an Aries, or a Sagittarius, and I can definitely see in conjunction to the Star and the Two of Elixirs that this would be a great partner for you because they bring you out of your shell. They bring you out of the space where you don't want to be too much in the spotlight and you would just rather be a bit more practical. Like they're the one who truly allows you to be yourself and to let yourself shine and be the divine being that you're meant to be. Next up, we have a Workaholic. Ooh, all my beautiful Virgos. I don't mean to call you out. I really don't mean to call you out, but we have been talking about how modest, humble, but also like diligent and practical that you can be. I can definitely see here in Workaholic that you are someone who works so hard, so intensely. Like when you're focused on something, it doesn't matter what's going on, you're going to get it done and no one can tell you otherwise. And in Workaholic, I can definitely see here that when you're working, you can easily forget that you have needs or that it's not normal for people to work this much. Like you are really the most hardworking sign of the zodiac. And I can see here within mysticism that you are definitely like cloaked in this veil of mysticism where a lot of people don't understand how it's even humanly possible for someone to get as much done as you get done in a day, all my beautiful Virgos. And of course, in this day and age, being a workaholic can almost seem like it's a compliment, but actually we need to be really careful with that because overworking can cause burnout, which is really hard to get out of and is really hard to like realize when it's happening. I can see here within Bittersweet that even if you do, suffer from a bump in the road that is either burnout or depression, whether it's severe or just like a small little speed bump, it's going to be bittersweet because you're going to wish that you would have never let yourself get to this point and that you would have taken better care of yourself right from the start and right from the get-go. Next up, we have the Ace of Diamonds. So start now. The ace is a number and signifies like a fresh beginning. The suit of diamonds corresponds to the suit of the earthly realms, anything that has to do with work and your earthly accomplishments. So I do want you to know here that starting now to implement healthier boundaries between work and your personal life is important. In the Eight of Diamonds, I can see that it's definitely a work in progress. It's definitely something that will be a steady progression, but at the same time, like, you got to start somewhere, right? So just start to slowly create a little bit more space and boundaries between work and yourself and your own personal life, who you are privately. In the Hanged Man, I see that you're a little bit worried that that will cause stagnation, or that will, in a sense, like set you back or make you a lot slower when it comes to your progress in your career. But I can definitely see here in the Three of Cups that just having fun, letting loose, and allowing for people who you know are supportive of you and who you know want to just spend time with you, having fun, having drinks, watching movies. Like, let them uplift you and remind you that you're also human. You also need some time to decompress, to have fun, and that you're not going to miss out or slow your roll to the point that it's detrimental just because you're making a little bit of time for fun and a little bit of time for shenanigans every now and then, all of my beautiful Virgos. So we are at the end of your reading, and I really hope that you enjoyed it. Leave a little crystal ball emoji down below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here. Thank you for spending this divine time with me, and I'll catch you in one of my upcoming videos. Hello, all my beautiful Libras of the world, and welcome to your zodiac signs prediction. So I'm going to get straight into it using my Gentle Heart tarot deck. This is the tarot deck that I authored so we can figure out exactly what it is that you need to hear. So first up, we have the Knight of Swords. So all of my beautiful Libras, I definitely see you being represented in the Knight of Swords. Let me tell you why. The Knight of Swords is basically the Knight of air signs, because the suit of swords corresponds to air sign energy. And you as a Libra definitely belong to this, and this shows that your reading is immediately speaking of you. I can see here within the Hermit and the Fool, these are two major arcana cards which stand for major events in your life, that on one hand, spending time just by yourself is very important in order for you to embark on a fresh, new, adventurous journey. That is what the Fool stands for. The Fool corresponds to the number 0, which is the beginning of a new adventure. And as you can see here, the Fool is having a good time. The Fool is listening to their instinct and intuition. That is what their canine companion stands for. And overall, this looks like a very joyous experience. Now, moving further into your reading, within the Hermit, I can see that that can be accomplished if you take a little bit of time away from the world, a little bit of time to just be with yourself. You're a very romantic and charming sign, all my beautiful Libras, so you definitely know how to turn your charm on and off, but at the same time, you can also be very indecisive and easily influenced, so it's important for you to, every now and then, ensure that you're spending time by yourself and that you can kind of reflect on all the decisions that you've made in your life, to figure out whether you made these decisions because you wanted to, or because someone kind of pushed you to, or someone talked you into it. Next up, we have the Hierophant. So I do see here within the Hierophant that what can help you is to have some spiritual practices. Some people like to meditate, others like to do yoga. You may have a different spiritual practice that you lean on. Either way, I can see here in the Hermit as well as the Hierophant that deep contemplation is the best way for you to connect with your more easygoing side and the side of you that is super peaceable. Next, we have the Knight of Crystals. So in conjunction to the Knight of Crystals with the Fool, I can see that the best person to embark on a fresh journey with for you, all my beautiful Libra babies, is a fire fire sign. The Knight of Crystals is basically the Knight of Fire, as the suit of crystals corresponds to the element of fire. So think Aries, Sagittarius, or Leo. Those are the type of signs that make you feel compelled to do things differently and that inspire you to embark on a fresh new journey without being afraid or overthinking it as you usually would in typical Libra fashion. I can see here in healing that one thing that you need to hear is that reconnecting with your true nature is something that will heal you and bring you to a point where you feel like you are whole, where you're not just someone in need of fixing. I do want you to know here within the Sacred Heart that this message is one of passion, love, and spiritual communion. We already spoke a little bit about a spiritual practice accompanying you, and I do want you to understand in conjunction to the Sacred Heart as well as healing that spiritual practices are not only supportive but also deeply healing to you, and it is a great way for you to find more compassion for yourself, especially if you feel like you're not getting that much compassion from the world. Next up, we have the Loss card. So there's some sort of grief, sadness, or resurrection that is going on here, and I definitely want to figure out exactly what that stands for and what it means for you, all of my beautiful Libra babies. So let's get into it a little more intently. Next, we have the Two of Pentacles, which is the Lord of harmonious change. In the Two of Pentacles, I can see that there may be a loss of your job or just overall failing a certain exam that you thought that you would pass. But I do also want you to know here in conjunction to the Two of Pentacles, just as much as it could be a loss in your professional life, it could also be a loss in your personal life where you feel like you've lost control over how much time you can actually dedicate to your personal life. So things are completely imbalanced and all you have is work, whereas your personal life is suffering. Okay, that is also something that I could see as a possibility here in conjunction to loss. In the Two of Cups, we have the Lord of Love. So keep in mind here that there is definitely romantic love that is available to you and that can help you through any difficult situation. So lean on someone who you're in a romantic relationship with, as I can see here in the Ace of Cups that there is also an opportunity for you to find a new lover, a new romantic partner that you may want to be with for a very long time, who supports you and who is there for you, even in situations of despair or situations that are just difficult for you to navigate. Next, we have impartiality as well as isolation. So in impartiality as well as isolation, you are definitely being called to be okay with whether you're alone or with other people, to not always feel as though you need a lot of people to be happy or a lot of people to lead a fulfilled life, understanding that you can be just as happy by yourself as when you're in a big group of people or when you're at some sort of party. I can see here within a soulmate that you are in a place where your soulmate is near, in conjunction to the Two of Cups as well as the Ace of Cups. That is something that becomes very clear. So having access to a soulmate that you may want to embark on a new relationship journey with is accessible right now. I see here within impasse that an important thing for you to do as well is also to overcome this kind of sense of feeling like this loss of control about your work-life balance that we spoke about in the Two of Pentacles, as well as loss, because the more you let that kind of run out of control, the harder it will be for you to communicate to a lover or a partner what you're going through, and to therefore actually even receive any type of support. I can see here in the heart of the matter that there is more going on than meets the eye, all my beautiful Libras, and that is an important message that you are meant to receive in order to make you aware of the fact that maybe you can open your eyes and your senses up a little bit more to realize what's going on in the world around you. I can see here within the Union of Hearts that a love connection that defies explanation is something that's coming for you in conjunction to the soulmate, the Two of Cups, and the Ace of Cups. If you are single, this is definitely an amazing sign that a lover is coming towards you, all of my beautiful Libra babies. So this is the zodiac portion of your prediction that I have received for you. I really hope that you enjoyed it and that you found this reading insightful and fresh and fun. Let me know down below in the comment section, and also be sure to check out my new crystal jewelry drop, as I have this feeling that the pre-sale is going to sell out very quickly. So if you want to get your hands on one of these handmade pieces that are coming in September, make sure that you secure your piece now. So all of my beautiful Libra babies, thank you so much for spending this divine time with me, and I'll catch you in one of my upcoming videos. Hello all my beautiful Scorpio babies, and welcome to your zodiac signs reading. So let's figure out everything that you need to hear, shall we, all my beautiful Scorpios, so we can know exactly how you can best prepare yourself for the upcoming weeks and months. So let's get into it. First up, we have the Amethyst. So all my beautiful Scorpio babies, in the Amethyst, I can see transformation, certainty, as well as confidence. As a Scorpio, you are already someone who is really magnetic, who has really forceful, powerful energy. So I definitely see here in Amethyst, that is a part of you that is being fully expressed and supported by the universe. So your determined and also very intuitive nature is thriving right now, all my beautiful Scorpio babies. I can see here within yin yang that creating harmony through balance is the best way for you to move forward. So as already mentioned, you're a very powerful and forceful type of sign. You are one of those signs that is able to go through transformation, going in one end and coming out the other very strongly and determined without any kind of sense of uncertainty. So I do want you to know, in conjunction to yin yang, that it's important for you to understand that there also needs to be a bit of a balance. As a Scorpio, being very determined and powerful may have you develop this harsh outer shell, and I do see here within the Lost card that this is something that may trigger some grief, sadness, and resurrection of difficult emotions, because you may feel like you're always the one that needs to be strong, or you're always the one that has to somehow keep themselves put together, either in your family or friend circle. And it can be hard to be the one that everyone looks to for support, but when you need support or you're going through something difficult, you find that you feel really alone. That can definitely be super hard, all my beautiful Scorpio babies. But I can see here within peace that you can dissolve unwanted or disturbing thoughts, but it's definitely important for you to create a little bit more harmony within your life. And I want to find out how you can do that, and also what else may be causing a bit of an imbalance, because this reading is about everything you need to hear. So we have to be brutally honest and get to the bottom of this. Next up, we have the Princess of Wands. In the Princess of Wands, we have the Princess of Shining Flame. So I do want you to understand here that this is a card that speaks of you needing to kind of like not be so afraid of being yourself, not be so afraid of being outgoing. And I do see here within the Devil that sometimes you can worry a little bit about what others may think of you. While you have a hardened exterior, at the same time you don't want to purposely rub anybody the wrong way. And sometimes you can maybe be okay with going with the flow, even though you're not really with it, even though what certain people are doing or saying doesn't really resonate with you. I can see here in the Five of Pentacles that you are definitely someone who appreciates nice things in life. Leave a little gift emoji down below in the comment section if you agree, all my beautiful Scorpio babies. But this can, of course, also get you into some financial trouble or uncertainty, where again you have this sense of loss of control, of kind of like sadness. So I do see here within the Two of Swords that it's important for you to make a conscious effort and choice to be strict with yourself when it comes to your spending habits, as well as to make sure that you're only spending money on things that will inspire you moving forward and that bring more value into your life. Okay, so something that could bring more value into your life is, for example, taking a course, taking music lessons. Maybe you want to enroll in my tarot reader course. Maybe for you, something that brings you value is going on an excursion where you can harvest and look for your own crystals, or just getting crystals. It really depends on you and what you see as long-term value, but to a certain extent, there's definitely some sort of rule that I can say you could go by. Anything that is short-lived or has to do with fashion that is only cool for the moment, try to avoid that, as that is something that is causing a bit of an imbalance within your life. Next up, we have the Ocean's Muse. So in the Ocean's Muse, I can see here that you gain a lot of wisdom from water, and as a Scorpio, I mean, you're a water sign, you connect with water in the most divine way anyways, so I can definitely see here in the Ocean's Muse that what you need to hear is that you intuitively know when something is right and when something is going to be more of a headache than it's worth. So definitely let your intuition lead, and also lean into the Hermit's light. So the light and the clarity that you receive when you're by yourself, listening to your own intuition, not to what other people are saying. Next, we have raising winds. So I can see here that it's important for you to be sure and be transparent about what your intentions are in life and what it is that you're calling into your life. If you're calling more love or money into your life, why are you doing so? What is your intention with that? As I can definitely see here that knowing why you want certain things can help you overcome any type of adversity or any feeling of inadequacy on your end, because often I feel like we want things as human beings, but then we think about it a little longer and we ask ourselves if we even deserve it, if this is even meant to be us. So try to really question your motives behind the things that you want out of life, and that will give you a pretty good answer as to whether it's healthy for you to spend a lot of time longing for these things. Because I do want to point out to you that the Devil is a card that speaks to you about materialism, consumerism, and getting lost in it. So you're definitely being given a sign to look at that, and you're definitely being told by the universe and your guides to try to become a little bit more pure about what your intentions are. I can see here within the Jinn that wildness and just having fun is something that you should try to focus on more, and also being of service to others. So you may want a really fabulous life just for yourself because you think it would be awesome, but of course, the more you can serve others in your pursuit to an awesome life for yourself, the more you're going to find that your pursuit will find traction and maybe even bear some amazing fruit sooner rather than later. Because when you're only wanting to do something from a quote-unquote selfish standpoint, it can be hard for it to take off, right? If you, for example, want to start a business only because you're passionate of it, that's only one part of the equation. You also have to make sure that you're providing some sort of service or some sort of value that people want. So you have your part of the equation fulfilled, which is passion, but you also have the other side of the equation of having a successful career fulfilled, which is filling a need or a niche for people. I can see here within the King of Rods that you're a smart business person, all my beautiful Scorpios, and it's time for you to activate your business mindset, to not feel embarrassed about it. I can see here in the Ace of Blades that taking a little bit of time to read and to learn new ways on how you can negotiate, how you can become a bit of a more street smart business person, just some tricks of the trade and the game. That is one thing that you can benefit from right now. And in the Six of Coins, I can see that that will amass you a lot more wealth. Like one thing that I'm doing, for example, right now, all my beautiful Scorpios, is reading this book about how to negotiate as though your life depends on it, because that can really help me with negotiating different business deals. So I'm doing what the Ace of Blades is telling you to do, reading into some literature, some information that can help me out in my pursuit to a successful career. I can see here in the Seven of Blades that you are being called to be very aware of deception. That's probably also why the universe and your guides want you to read some books about not only negotiation, but possibly also like body language and the right words and tactics to use. As I can see here in the Seven of Blades, that someone may be trying to use a sneaky, smart little negotiation tactic or way against you, or to get what they want out of you. I can see within the Hermit that there is this divine connection to the ocean's muse, and you embracing the Hermit's light. The Hermit's light is the light that pops up when you've spent enough time in meditation and by yourself, that all of a sudden you have like this great idea, this great epiphany, this spiritual awakening. So try to be open to receiving that. Last but not least, we have the Nine of Rods that popped right out of the pile of cards. Also, one thing that you need to know, all my beautiful Scorpios, is to not overdo things, okay? Don't become too rigid in how much you want to get done in like a day or a week, that you overexert yourself and that you end up feeling really burnt out or really tired. It's important for you to space things out, and of course to also take time to take care of yourself in between chores and tasks. So all of my beautiful Scorpios, this is the reading that I received for you. I truly hope that you enjoyed it. Leave a scorpion emoji down below in the comment section, and of course also check out my new jewelry designs. I have a feeling that they'll be sold out pretty quickly, and they're all handmade, so it'll take a while for them to come back. So if you're interested, make sure that you check that out with the link in the description box. Thank you so much for spending this divine time and space with me, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming videos. Hello all my beautiful Sagittarius babies, and welcome to the zodiac portion of everything that you need to hear. So I'm gonna get straight into your part of your reading so we can figure out exactly what you still need to hear. First up, we have guilt. So all of my beautiful Sagittarius babies, I can definitely see here within guilt that that is something that we need to talk about. That is something that we have to address, how you react to guilt, how guilt makes you feel, what type of emotions that guilt harbors within you, what type of accompanying emotions are there when guilt is present, and how to better deal with guilt moving forward. As a Sagittarius, you are optimistic, you're freedom loving, you're a very straightforward type of person, so guilt is definitely something that is particularly difficult for your sign. I can see here within mysticism that part of the guilt, or part of you feeling guilt, can almost be like a mystery to you. It can almost be like something that you are very unsure of why it happens, how it happens, and how you can combat it, how you can do something in order to not feel pressured into doing things you don't want to do, all because you fear the guilt that may follow if you don't comply with other people's wishes or other people's expectations of you. I can see here within facade that for you, putting on a facade is sometimes a lot easier than just saying no and then having to deal with guilt. So when you do feel guilt, it is a very heavy subject. It is a very difficult topic for you to deal with. It's not something that you like to have to face. So I can definitely see here in the facade that sometimes it can just be easier for you to put on a smile to lean into your jovial and good-humored nature rather than to say no, and rather than to actually like confront something head on that you're not okay with or that you don't want to do. Next up, we have gnomes. So in gnomes, I do see here that humanity, friendship, hard work, all of those things are a part of why guilt is something that we need to talk about and you need to learn to deal with. And you need to learn that there is no reason for you to feel guilty about also having things that you want, also having needs, also having different areas of your life that you need fulfilled by certain people, you know, whether that is in love to get as much time and recognition as well as attention that you desire, or whether that is within a friendship where you feel like you're always saying yes to things that you don't necessarily have the time for, or then in the end, like, you get to spend less time doing what you truly want in life because you have said yes to so many things that you don't really want to do. So that is where I can definitely see that guilt and this facade are something that we need to address and talk about. I can see here within these songbirds that what you need to know right now is that there is an opportunity for you to break this pattern and to break this kind of lifestyle that you have gotten yourself into, where you maybe don't have as much time for the things that you want because you have said yes to so many different people and situations that in the end drain you or don't really feel fair. So you feel like you give so much more in a situation than you receive, or you always end up feeling kind of drained of your energy. Meanwhile, everyone else is happy or has benefited from you. So do know here that these songbirds also stand for final goodbyes as well as releasing. So saying a final goodbye to that old version of yourself, all my beautiful Sagittarius babies, and understanding that moving forward, not everyone needs to get why you're doing this. The most important thing is for you to know that this is an act of self-love, not just saying yes to things even though you don't really want to, and that releasing anything that isn't in alignment with that is definitely something that is much needed and that no one else can do for you. And in the worst case scenario, I mean, you may be continuing to feel guilt for a very long time, which then makes you continue to work so hard for people who don't understand that you need a break and you need time for yourself. So getting out of that cycle is something really kind that you could be doing for yourself. I can see here in Belladonna visions that you are being called to be very careful when you detach, when you say your final goodbye, or when you kind of start to say no to things, which in turn means that you're saying yes to yourself. You have to stand firm and be very clear about what it is that you desire. That is one thing that I see here in Belladonna visions, okay? So often when you say no to someone and it's like the first time you're saying no to them, or it's the first time that you're setting these boundaries, they're going to be surprised and they're going to try to talk you into going back into your old ways, and they're going to start asking all of these questions about why you're doing it, why you've changed, what the problem is, what the issue is, can't we just go back, so on and so forth. So that is why it's so important for you to stand firmly and to be very clear on what you want moving forward, and not to waver and not to make any exceptions, because the moment you make an exception, some people will see that there is a little bit of weakness that you have for them or for the situation in particular, and that they can in fact kind of maneuver you back to how they want you to be, despite how uncomfortable this makes you. But let's move further into your reading using my Gentle Heart tarot deck to figure out more details. I can definitely see here within the Ten of Swords that this is something that is unnecessarily stressing you out. The Ten of Swords is definitely a card that speaks of you needing to move forward, because this is the end, this is a dead end of this situation. There is nothing more that you can get out of this person or these people who you say yes to all the time, and they never think how much it actually costs you to say yes to them. They're only thinking of what they can get out of the situation. They will not change. That is the message that I have here for you in the Ten of Swords. And I really hope that you can appreciate me being so honest and straightforward, rather than just spinning everything to be sugar-coated or to be what people want to hear. I am here to be honest with you. In the Four of Diamonds, I can see that your work needs your attention, okay? You building a strong foundation. The number 4 is a number that corresponds to building a solid foundation upon which you can continue your life on. So whether that be solid life savings, owning a home or a business that gives you some sort of financial security and safety. I do see here in the Four of Diamonds that right now being very conservative with your own assets rather than sharing it with everyone, that is one thing that you're definitely being called to do, and that is a message that you have to hear. So do know here within the facade as well as belladonna visions that it's very important for you to be real and to not hide your true emotions any longer when you're being given chores or responsibilities that you actually shouldn't be given, that are other people's responsibilities that they're kind of just fed up about and therefore just throwing onto your plate. Next we have evolution. So in evolution, I can see that there are some earth changes going on around you, climate change, transformation. So maybe you've noticed how the climate has changed wherever it is that you live. All my beautiful Sagittarius babies, leave a comment in the comment section letting me know where you're from and where you live. I can definitely see here in evolution that things are changing around you and you're noticing that clearly something is different. Like clearly the world is moving into a new place, a new kind of climate that we aren't used to and haven't experienced before. I can see here within the Zen garden that all of these changes in the external world, whether it be the climate or the way people operate, even just having to wear a face mask for the last 2 years or so, if you think back at a time before that, it seems so far away what it was like not to have to wear these face masks everywhere. So I do want you to know here in the Zen garden that can be really freaky when you think about it. It makes you feel like, wow, things can change so quickly and the past can seem so far away. And as a Sagittarius, you are rather optimistic. So when you do get freaked out, it can end up causing so much anxiety that maybe you don't even come down from this high for a long time. And with this high, I mean feeling anxious, feeling like your pulse is on a super high rate, feeling like you're sweaty at the littlest, tiniest inconvenience. You already feel like you're drenched in sweat, drenched in worry. And that is where I can definitely see here in the Zen garden that finding your inner sanctuary and making your calmness not dependent on exterior things, but only your internal world is the best way for you to regain control. I do see here within moonlight that a great way for you to find that inner sanctuary is through travel and romance. So spending time with someone who you're attracted to, who you're in a romantic relationship with, and also traveling as much as you can and as much as is actually safe for you can help you reset and can help you remind yourself that life isn't something that is out of your control. You decide where you travel to and where you go. But it's important for you to kind of also get away and have a change of scenery every now and then so you don't feel so enclosed and entrapped in the same old place. Let's move a little further into your reading, shall we? We have the Knight of Swords next. So in the Knight of Swords, I can see the Lord of the Winds and Breezes, who is kind of trying to motivate you to speak up. The Knight of Swords is the Knight of air signs, and air signs are known to be a little cutthroat, okay, very honest and very straightforward. As a Sagittarius, you are straightforward and honest as well. You're very intellectual, But at the same time, it's like you don't want to hurt anyone unnecessarily. You don't want to stir any drama. When drama is near, like you're gone, okay? It's just like a little poof of smoke that's left, but you are nowhere to be found. So I can definitely see here in the Knight of Swords that you're being encouraged to know that you're not someone who likes drama, or you're not engaging in drama just by standing your ground, okay? So if you feel as though you're confronting someone or being confronted with a truth, try not to run away or to just avoid. Try to stand your ground in whatever your opinion is. Next up, we have the Star. So something that you need to know here within the Star is that easier times are coming. Simpler times in life are just around the corner, and it is essential for you to stay strong until we're there. In the Ten of Swords, clearly something difficult is coming to an end, which also means that there is a new beginning around the corner, right? A new beginning on the horizon with new opportunities of things just going a little more your way. I can see here within the Lovers that romantic love is something that is going to be a focal point next up within your life. So if romantic love is something that's been taking the back seat a little bit, or maybe you want to just spice up your love life again, do know here within the Lovers that that opportunity is coming sooner rather than later for you. As I can see here within the Six of Swords, that we have the Lord of Earned Success, which is exactly what the Six of Swords stands for. You have earned the recognition that is coming. You have earned people looking up to you and looking at you as someone who is an authority figure, someone who has accomplished things in their life and has a lot of wisdom to share. And I can definitely see here in conjunction to the Lovers that a romantic partner that is meant for you is going to voice how proud of you that they are. They're not going to make that a secret. Next, we have the Nine of Pentacles, the Lord of Material Gain. So material gain is going to come more easily the more you feel this type of recognition, because it just kind of makes you more confident as well. It makes you feel as though you know what you're doing. So it's almost as though when other people tell you that they recognize how hard you've worked, even if you feel like you can work a little harder, that gives you a great boost of confidence to do even more, to accomplish even more than you ever have before. So I can definitely see that words of affirmation from other people really give you like an extra push to do even better in life. I can see here within the King of Cups that you are in control of your emotions. You are not going to allow anyone to get to you in a way that bothers you or where you feel like you're self-sabotaging. I can definitely see an old soul who is very self-sufficient, very philosophical, and you're meant to know that you can be like that with everybody in your life. Don't make exceptions. Don't allow anyone to guilt trip you or gaslight you into feeling like you're not doing enough or you setting firm boundaries is wrong. It's not, all my beautiful Sagittarius babies, and you should actually take a good look at whoever is trying to make you uncomfortable and cross your boundaries, and really ask yourself who's in the wrong here, the one trying to set boundaries or the one trying to continue to be able to cross them without any consequences. So all of my beautiful Sagittarius babies, this is the reading that I received for you. I truly hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Leave a little star emoji down below in the comment section to let me and others know that you made it all the way to this point of your reading. Also make sure that you don't forget to check out my crystal jewelry collection, my new pieces that just dropped. Because all of the pieces are handmade, I have this feeling that the pre-sale is going to sell out super quick, so make sure that you don't miss out because it may take a while to get more of these pieces made. So don't say I didn't tell you. All my beautiful Sagittarius babies, thank you so much for spending this divine time and space with me, and I'll catch you in one of my upcoming videos. Hello, all my beautiful Capricorn babies, and welcome to the zodiac portion of your prediction. So I'm going to get straight into it. All you need to do is lean back, relax, and enjoy your reading. Let's get straight into it. First up, we have telekinesis. I can definitely see here that influence as well as willpower, control, all of those things are running high through your veins right now, all my beautiful Capricorns. So definitely use that for positivity. Definitely use that in order to make a positive mark on this world. Next up, we have the mugwort dreams. So I can see here within the mugwort dreams that it's essential for you to do what your highest self would do, especially with how much influence, willpower, and control that is available to you right now. So don't just use your influence in order to benefit yourself. Use the influence and control that you have over obstacles as well as serendipity in order to create a better world, and a world that you would want future generations to live in. Also do know here within the mugwort dreams that reality is something that can be really tiring, all my beautiful Capricorn babies, and it's okay to sometimes just need a little break from reality and to sometimes just feel like you need a time out and like you're peopled out, especially if you are more of an introvert or someone who just likes to be in their close circles rather than with a lot of new people. You may feel peopled out more often than not and just need like some time to rest and some time to not have to deal with new faces. I can see here within the loss card that there may be a sense of grief or sadness and this type of like resurrection that you wish would happen. So this could be thinking of a past loved one. It could also be a past loved one in form of a pet. Either way, I can definitely see here within loss that this is something that you're afraid of. As a Capricorn, you're a very patient and careful sign, and when things happen that shake you, you may not show it on the outside, but beneath the surface, deep inside you, like you are shaken to the core, and it's hard for you to reverse that or to come back to a place of normality and come back to a place of calm. Like once you're shaken, it's hard for you to find your feet. I can see here within the Zen garden that creating an inner sanctuary is something that you need to hear and is something that could really benefit you moving forward, all my beautiful Capricorns. Okay, finding this inner sanctuary, this inner safe space within yourself where you feel like no matter what happens externally, no matter what happens in life, no matter what type of loss that you experience, you can still find this little niche, this little nook within you that is safe, that is warm, that is comforting, where of course you can still grieve, because grieving is an important process to overcoming sadness, but at the same time you don't feel like so hopelessly lost. You don't feel like you're just in a big black pit or hole or anything like that. I can see here within moonlight, on a lighter note, all my beautiful Capricorns, that traveling as well as romance right now is something that can help you feel good or a lot better about your life than you would feel otherwise. Traveling is of course something that you want to do safely, that you want to do in a way that is permitted during these very special times on our planet. So do know here within moonlight that traveling is definitely something that is encouraged as long as you do so safely, as just having a change of scenery can really help you with any sadness or grief that you're experiencing and can help you overall to detach and disconnect from reality and too many other people and their energetic influences. I can see here within peace that dissolving unwanted or disturbing thoughts is what you're meant to focus on moving forward, because unwanted thoughts in conjunction to loss are definitely like reoccurring thoughts that almost have the same effect as like PTSD, that can be experienced, you know, feeling very anxious, feeling a loss of control, a loss of the sense of self, and just overall having these unwanted flashbacks that happen during times where it doesn't serve you, where you feel like you just need to cry, or you feel this deep sense of emptiness and loneliness. So I definitely do see for you that dissolving those unwanted thoughts from popping up whenever they feel like it is something that can help you create your Zen garden, your inner sanctuary. And a great way for you to do that is, of course, the change of scenery through travel, also through romance, having a romantic partner around you who fully supports you, who fully gets you, and also, of course, through using the influence and the power that you have to create a better world. Because the more that you give, the better you will feel about yourself, and the more at ease and at peace you will feel. So right now, getting involved in any type of like humanitarian work and any type of charity work is something that can truly help you. We have isolation that popped right out of the pile. So in isolation, I do see here that it's best for you to do charitable work by yourself. Okay, don't get friends or family involved. Do so completely independently of friends and family, so that you don't just overall feel as though you are still in your little bubble, so that you know that whatever it is that you're doing it out of your own motivation. I do see here within your soulmate, we spoke about this in conjunction to moonlight, that a soulmate, a twin flame, can help you immensely right now. Someone who's uplifting, who you can spend some romantic days and nights with, and who you can really just like enjoy your life with. I can see here that that is the type of person that can awaken new potential in you and just make you believe in yourself again, and make you kind of feel like getting over grief or processing grief is a process that you don't have to go through alone, right? It's an experience that you can share, where you don't have to feel like it's all up to you. Next up, we have prayer. So in prayer or meditation, manifestation, some people even find working out or going on walks to be prayers for them. So it doesn't really matter what type of form of prayer that you use, but I can definitely see here that meditation, going on long, relaxing walks in the nature, all of that can help you escape from reality if you don't have time to travel or the financial means. So do know here that being able to travel is definitely something that is a privilege, of course, financially, as well as when it comes to flexibility in your time. So a great way for you to also travel and have a change of scenery, to also be able to engage in prayer and giving yourself some rest from reality, is to go out into the nature and spend some time. Even if it's not a big travel, at least it's a little something. It's better than nothing. I can see here within the facade, all my beautiful Capricorns, that often you kind of cover up your true emotions and how you truly feel, just in order to keep the peace. I see that you can often resort to doing that in romantic relationships, especially. I see that in conjunction to peace, your soulmate, and moonlight. So putting on a facade, sometimes, of course, it's just not the right moment to talk about deep feelings or relationship problems, and you may want to postpone that to a later time. So I understand why sometimes you may want to just put up a happy front, and you may want to just say that everything is okay, but at the same time, keep in mind that a facade is something very temporary and not something that should become the norm, because it very easily and quickly becomes unhealthy when you have a facade that says or states everything is okay. Meanwhile, on the inside, there are things that have to be resolved in a relationship that you're really not happy with. So, of course, if you're out in public, it's not the right place to discuss things with the person who you kind of have a bone to pick with. But at the same time, as soon as you're in a more private setting, or as soon as you have the ability to, like, write them a text, maybe tell them that you want to talk to them, tell them awesome that you want to meet up again because there are some things that you just really need to discuss. So use a facade only when necessary. Don't make it something that becomes the norm or that you kind of just use to cover up your true feelings, because in the long run, this is something that's going to unnecessarily weigh you down and put extra weight on your shoulders. I can see here within the Ace of Cups that right now you are able to find new friends, new relationships, and new connections. So your emotional state is in a state of receptivity, okay? Just emotionally, you are open-minded. You're ready to open your heart to new opportunities and situations. And I can see here within the Knight of Crystals that a great person for you to let into your life who is just around the corner is a fire sign. Think a Sagittarius, Leo, or Aries. They are young, they are fun. Well, they're kind of around your age, so to say, and they have had a lot of interesting life experiences that they want to talk to you about, that they want to inform you of, explain to you, share with you, and I can definitely see that there can be a great friendship that comes out of you allowing this fire sign into your life. Next up, we have the Five of Crystals reversed. So in the Five of Crystals reversed, I see that contrary to what some relationships are built on, like this relationship is just a pure friendship. There is no comparison, there is no he said, she said, there is like no gossip or anything like that here with the Knight of Crystals. It's just straight fun, straight to business of enjoying one another's company rather than feeling like pressure to compete with one another or feel like you always need to keep up with the other person. You both embrace one another for who you are. Next up, we have the Eight of Diamonds. So in the Eight of Diamonds, I can see here that kind of brushing off on old skills that you forgot about and acquiring new ones. That's something that you should be doing right now. Not just at your work, you know, taking like an extra course on something that could help you perform better, or brushing up on old knowledge that you forgot about that was maybe from way back when you were still in school and you know nothing about anymore. Do know here, all my beautiful Capricorns, that also doing things like taking first aid courses and taking like different classes that can help you in real life situations. That's what you're being called to do here in the Eight of Diamonds. I can see within the Knight of Swords that you will have to like just tell yourself to get it done with, especially if you've been procrastinating or if you feel like, oh, well, it'll be okay. It's always better to be like extra safe than sorry. And especially when it comes to health and well-being and doing things that can not only benefit you, but also other people when they're in trouble. This is one thing that I can see that you're being called to focus on right now, and to put a little bit of extra time and money into investing it into, as mentioned, first aid courses, also maybe investing it into a therapist or a nutritionist, investing a little bit of money into some self-care, into a trip that can just allow you to reset. In the long run, it is going to be so much more financially rewarding for you to be healthy than for you to have saved a little bit of money. So all of my beautiful Capricorn babies, this is the reading that I received for you. I hope that you enjoyed it and that you found it insightful. Leave a little sword emoji down below in the comment section to let me and others know that you made it to this point. Furthermore, don't forget to check out my new crystal jewelry pieces that are on pre-sale. I have this strong feeling that they will sell out because I only have a very limited availability, as every piece is unique and handmade. So don't forget to check that out with the code that I have provided. Thank you so much for being here and for spending this divine time and space with me. I'll catch you during one of my upcoming videos. Hello, all my beautiful Aquarius babies, and welcome to your signs prediction. So I want to get straight into it. Well, all you need to do is lean back, relax, and enjoy your reading. So let's see what the universe has to say for you. First up, we have the dream. So I can see here in the dream that something is going to be revealed here within this reading. There's going to be some sort of insight and a breakthrough for all my beautiful Aquarius babies. So let's figure out exactly what that is. I will be using my tea leaf fortune cards for that, so we can get lots of detailed info. So first up, we have the basket. In the basket, I can see recognition, reward for merit. So you're going to be given some sort of recognition, some sort of almost like a trophy, if you will, for everything that you have done, for everything that you have given to society as well as the people around you. I can see here within the hat that you will feel like this is a completely different role. You will feel like after you have given so much, after you have worked so hard and done so much, to now be on the receiving end is a completely different role that you weren't prepared to play, or that you're just not used to playing at all. And I do want you to know here, in conjunction to the dream, that this is going to give you like a breakthrough and some insight about how people truly feel about you, and you will be positively surprised by how much recognition your humanitarian side is getting. As an Aquarius, you're a very humanitarian, human rights loving type of sign, okay? You're someone who is independent, but at the same time you'll stand up for the underdog. I can see here within the stork that there's some news of a birth or a new business opportunity that's coming your way. And in conjunction to the dream, it makes a lot of sense that this is something that is being revealed, okay? This is like a breakthrough and a situation that comes as a surprise to you. So in the stork, there's definitely a conception of some sorts on the horizon, either a business or a child. In the vase, we have a secret admirer that is also going to be revealed. So on one hand, there are things going on that have to do with babies, either they're little baby businesses that are starting off or actual babies. And on the other hand, in the vase, we also have a secret admirer that is going to be revealed to you. So if you've had a feeling that someone may secretly be admiring you, I see within your reading that it's actually going to be someone else who is revealed, because this comes as a shock. This comes in a very unexpected manner. So this is an admirer that you most likely don't know yet, or that you never thought would admire you. So it's going to come as almost like a revelation. I can see here within the Seven of Cups, all my beautiful Aquariuses, that you will feel all types of different emotions that you haven't felt in a very long time, because obviously there's like a lot going on. In conjunction to the dream, I do see here that it almost feels as though life is a dream, because so many things are happening that are beyond your control. So many things are being revealed that you never expected and that you never thought would become a part of your life, but yet here you are. So do know here, in conjunction to the Seven of Cups, that this whirlwind of emotions can definitely be something that tires you out, or that you didn't expect or didn't know would be a part of your life. So ensure that you take enough time to recharge your batteries, and maybe journal and write down your feelings as a way to help yourself process emotion. I can see here within the Two of Cups that the secret admirer could definitely be someone that you embark on a relationship journey with. The Two of Cups is a card that speaks of romantic relationships that are mutually respectful and beneficial. And for this to show up in conjunction to the vase definitely does signify that, romantically speaking, there's something going on, okay? There is something interesting in the works for you here. I can see in the Five of Crystals reversed that this person is someone who is going to ensure that you do not feel like you're competing with anyone, and you do not feel as though you ever have to like prove yourself at all. So this person gives you like all of the reassurance that you need in order to feel comfortable in a romantic relationship. And they never compare you to other people. They don't go and like other people's photos on Instagram or on the internet. They're just like 100% committed to you. So I can see here within the Two of Diamonds that you'll feel like, wow, there's so much going on. It's hard to choose whether you focus on work or whether you focus on what's going on in your personal life, because you're going to feel kind of drawn in many different directions and like you're being pulled everywhere but where you truly feel comfortable. And fact of the matter is that you don't feel comfortable anywhere because there's just too much going on. I see that here in the Seven of Cups as well as the Dream. So you have to find some sort of safe space, some sort of sanctuary, some kind of way to make yourself feel calm, relaxed, and rested again. I can see here within achievement that before you can actually rest and recuperate, you're definitely super hell-bent on focusing on your dream, on focusing on the next big accomplishment or achievement. This could be a promotion or getting a business off the ground. It could be also like passing an important exam that you have. Either way, do know here within achievement that keeping focused on your desires and your dreams are definitely going to pay off, even if in the meantime it feels hard or you feel very overwhelmed. I can see here within perception that at some point you're also going to realize that you have been underestimating how much you can take, how much you can handle, and how much just overall you can deal with in life. I do see here in perception that you never expected yourself to be so hardy, to be so strong, to be able to be so fearless in so many different situations. So seeing beyond this veil of illusion is something that will strengthen you and make you feel like you're like a superwoman, a superman, a super creature being that is just able to basically accomplish anything that they set their mind to. I can see here within attachment that you're being called to also look at any unhealthy attachments that may be in your life. As an Aquarius, you're definitely someone who can see the world through rose-colored glasses when you don't want to face difficult emotions or attachments within your life that aren't serving you or that you don't have as good of a future with, because once you're entangled in a relationship, you're very honest and loyal, but at the same time, it's like you're giving that to the other person. You sometimes forget to give that same honesty and loyalty to yourself and your well-being. So you may be in a relationship with someone who is toxic or someone who isn't bringing out your highest potential. And of course, you're still honest and loyal to them, but you're betraying yourself by remaining in a relationship that isn't good for you or isn't in a sense the best that you could possibly do, and it's blatantly clear. You know it. It's not just a hiccup in the relationship, like you know that it's not for you. Next up, we have the Magician. So in the Magician, don't underestimate all that you're made of and all that you're capable of, my beautiful Aquarius babies. You're a highly intellectual, eloquent, and inventive person. You're someone who is able to survive on their own. So while you are a really like good-natured and fun person to be around, at the same time, like you don't need a crowd. You're fine just on your own. You can be the life of the party or you can be the hermit. You can do both, okay? Those memes that say, get you a girl that can do both, that is literally you, all my Aquarius babies. Never underestimate that. I can see here within the Star that no matter what happens, okay, no matter who steps in or out of your life, you always have this hope around you. You always have this positive energy around you and the drive to do something better for yourself, the drive to get better, to do better, and also to attract better people into your life. Even if it really hurts when a relationship breaks apart, like you don't need anyone to be amazing, all my beautiful Aquariuses. You are the type of person who doesn't don't do well in codependent or controlling relationships because you're such an independent and strong soul. I do see here in the Queen of Elixirs that we have a water sign that's here ready to be a shoulder to cry on, so to say. I can see here within the Queen of Elixirs that this person is a Pisces, a Scorpio, or a Cancerian. So if you're looking for advice, look to a water sign. As an air sign, you're definitely someone who can sometimes struggle to decipher their own emotions and feelings and how to deal with them. So asking a water sign can sometimes be very helpful, especially with the Queen of Elixirs showing up, which is the Queen of Water signs, as the suit of elixirs corresponds to the element of water. Let's move further into your reading. I can see here within Vanity that when you become too encompassed, when you become too focused on what things look like rather than what they feel like, is something that causes a lot of issue in your life. All my beautiful Aquarius babies, be honest with yourself about what things feel like. Don't go with just saying to yourself, well, you know, it looks good, so I'm sure it's okay. It is not. If you're not comfortable in a situation and it looks good to the external world, that is not enough for you to truly be able to say, okay, like this is it for me, this is a good situation. It has to feel good as well. I can see here within Balance that you're being called to pay close attention to the balance between what looks good externally as well as what you know feels good. It's important that those things are in alignment with one another and that you don't feel overwhelmed or like one side is way more heavy, like something only feels really good but just doesn't look good on the outside to you, right? You don't want to just, for example, feel good internally but on the outside completely neglect yourself or your surroundings. You don't want to be meditating the whole day but living in surroundings that are not well kept, that are dirty, that are maybe unsafe due to that. Okay, you need some balance, even if that will require some extra work and effort and time. Balance between vanity and feels, that is something that you have to work on. That is part of everything that you need to know, all my Aquarius babies. Furthermore, in perfection, try not to chase perfection. Try not to make that like the epicenter of your life. Perfection is an illusion. Perfection does not exist unless you want to say that we're all perfectly imperfect. Then in a sense, everything is perfect, but that means that perfection doesn't exist, right? If everything is perfect, then that's just the default of what life is. But at the same time, if nothing is perfect, then perfection is something that we try to accomplish, but that doesn't even exist because everything is slightly different. Nothing is 100% perfect, and trying to chase perfection, trying to chase something that isn't real, it doesn't make sense. I hope that you got what I meant, all my beautiful Aquarius babies. That may have been a little bit confusing, but you guys are smart cookies. I can see here within Faith that building yourself a little altar at home or just like a little sacred corner, that is one thing that you need to know of, that you're being called to spend time doing, especially right now. I can see that that's something that can really help uplift you and just also give you a little bit of time and space away from the usual, from the daily grind, where you can just feel comfortable in your own little safe space rather than feel like you have to always be exposed to work or phone calls or messages or anything like that. So you may want to put some beautiful crystals on your altar. You may want to put different photos up, different little figurines, statues, some incense. I mean, it's completely up to you. You can change up your altar whenever you feel like it. So this is really meant to be like a fun project that you're being called to do. I can see here in the Vervain Everlasting that soul alignment is something that lasts forever. Like once you're friends with someone, once that soul alignment has happened, you are definitely like connected for eternity. And I also do want you to know here in the Vervain Everlasting that protection is something that you should take seriously and that you should maybe talk to those about who you feel your soul aligned with. Okay, so talk to the water sign friend that we spoke about in the Queen of Elixirs. Talk to other friends that you have about what it's like to go through what you're going through, and to be able to just like release that, okay? To just say it out loud, to just talk openly about your feelings. Often that is already like all the therapy that a lot of us need. Just a friend, a good person to lean on, to open up to just listen, to not even give us advice, but just listen. Then last but not least, we have mirror magic. So in mirror magic, I can see that lunar light right now is very potent on you. Pay attention to the moon phases and what you're doing during a full moon or a new moon. I can see here within the past lives, when you are within the moonlight, when you are standing directly under the moonlight and you're outside, this is something that can channel some past life energy, or you may feel the energy of your ancestors running through you, and you may get some really insightful and special messages that you just feel are channeling through your body. So this is also a form of self-care. This is also a form of taking care of your energetic cleansing, your energetic needs. So being in tune with the moon right now is highly beneficial for you, all my Aquarius babies, and can help you receive messages from your ancestors and from deceased loved ones that you otherwise wouldn't have been able to receive. So all of my beautiful Aquarius babies, this is everything that you need to hear. I really hope that you enjoyed this reading, that you found it insightful. Leave a little strawberry emoji down below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here. Also, make sure that you check out my new crystal jewelry pieces. I have this feeling that they're going to sell out super quickly, so don't say I didn't tell you. Thank you so much for spending this divine time and space with me, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming readings. Hello, all my beautiful Pisces babies, and welcome to your reading. So I'm going to get straight into it. All you need to do is continue to relax so we can figure out exactly what your sign needs to hear. So first up, we have the Spondents. So all of my beautiful Pisces babies, I can definitely see here that any type of emotional unrest is something that you're being called to look at and to deal with head on. I can see here within prayer, manifestation, whatever you would like to call it. Some people like to do yoga, some people like to take long walks in nature, and all of that is completely valid and fine for you to engage in, as long as it serves you, as long as it allows you to not feel so emotionally hyperactive and drained also by other people's energies, especially if you feel like some negative entities around you are trying to be energetic vampires and suck your energy dry. I can see here within service that it's important for all my beautiful Pisces babies to not overextend themselves in service of others. As a Pisces, you're someone who's really sensitive, compassionate, and kind, and because you are so selfless, you run risk of burning out helping other people, okay? Burning out just being there for others and not taking time for yourself, not taking time caring for yourself. And keep in mind, even if you're caring, for example, for an elderly person or just for someone in your family who isn't doing well, if they are no longer and you spent so much of your time and energy, sanity, and your life caring for them, who's going to care for you if you're in that situation, right? They aren't going to do that. So it's important for you to ensure that you do so in a healthy way and healthy amount. So you're doing as much as you can to help them, but at the same time, don't feel like all of the weight just needs to be on your shoulders, or it is your responsibility to fully take care of another human being while you feel depleted. I can see here within joy that one thing that you need to hear is to have fun and to remind yourself that the most important thing in your life is joy. The most important thing is happiness, to enjoy life. And happiness can feel like it's so hard to reach, which is so weird, right? Because you look at, for example, a dog and you feel like they're just always happy. So why is it that us humans are always suffering? Why are we always going through so much? So do keep in mind here that just having fun and being happy is definitely something that can take a little while to get used to. Somehow it has just socially become the norm to like be a little bit unhappy or to be kind of like meh, to be okay. But when you're happy, when you have a huge smile on your face, it's like, oh, like, why are you so happy? It's almost like you should have a reason for being so happy. But do know here within joy, service, prayer, and despondence that you are being reminded and pushed to put your happiness at the epicenter of your existence, all my beautiful Pisces. Next, we have attachment. Wow. Okay, so the universe definitely wants us to talk a little bit more about attachment, a little bit more about restriction, fear, and letting go. So attachment in conjunction to service definitely shows that you may feel tied to do something. You may feel a lot of responsibility to take care of another person, to take care of certain things in your job, in your career, to not make someone feel disappointed in you. And this is something that may cause so much fear within you that you inconvenience yourself to the point of not feeling the joy that you could, of not feeling the happiness that you could within your life. And that is where in attachment you have to remind yourself that there are a lot of unhealthy forms of attachment, being constricted, being restricted, and having this big fear of what will happen if you let go. Chances are, if you feel that way about a relationship in your life, it is an unhealthy relationship that needs to be looked at precisely. I can see within the enchanted forest that mystery, magic, and excitement is on the other spectrum, on the other end of this fear, this restriction, this feeling of not doing well enough. So I can definitely see here in the enchanted forest that there are like two polar opposites. On one hand, you can feel a little bit restricted. You feel like your life is a life of service, of serving others, of doing things a certain way. And on the other hand, like you pray for and hope for a life of magic, of excitement, of mystery. But the thing is, like, you can't be living on one end of the spectrum and just be dreaming of the other, and the other all of a sudden come true, right? You have to actively move from one end of the spectrum to the other and make a active choice, make a decision to change things, make a decision to not feel the fear of what will happen if you let go of certain responsibilities that are weighing on you too much or taking up too much of your life. Because at the end of the day, usually with those responsibilities, nothing's gonna happen if we say no. Some people may get upset for a little bit, but it's not going to make that big of a difference. However, what will make a huge difference and what will hugely increase the joy in your life is when you start to focus on excitement, when you start to focus on making your life fun, on making your life magical. That can change your entire outlook on what your life was. And just think about how much more proud of yourself and happy with yourself you're going to be if one day, you know, you're taking your last breaths and you get to remember how much fun that you had. You get to remember how proud that you are of yourself for making choices that were right for you because they felt good and because they made you feel like you lived a life that was filled with fulfillment, that was filled with joy and happiness. Next, we have the Nine of Hearts. So in the Nine of Hearts, we literally have a fulfillment, harmony, and protection. So the more fulfilled that you feel, the more you are actually protecting your own happiness and your own harmony. The Nine of Hearts is definitely the universe's way of giving you confirmation that doing things that make you feel happy are of the utmost importance right now. And it's not work, it's not other people that you're meant to focus on. You're meant to focus on yourself and your own needs. No matter what anyone says and no matter whether anyone tries to shame you into feeling like it's selfish, it's not, all my beautiful Pisces. I can see here within spiritual connection that a relationship has come that goes beyond this lifetime. So there is a relationship in your life that has come into your life that's going to be there for beyond your lifetime in this human body, that's going to be here for even longer. So it's like a connection that's going to be there even once you've perished and your energetic state changes into whatever you're going to be next. I can definitely see that you will be connected to this partner, to this soulmate. I can see and do something for someone that giving your attention to another right now is what can help you, giving your attention to animals, to living beings that don't just want your attention, don't just want you to be at service because they are narcissistic or on some sort of power trip, but because that is something that they really need, okay, that can really help them. So think of being of a different type of service that makes you feel more fulfilled rather than used, like making sure that you're caring for your pets or helping a neighbor when they go somewhere on vacation to feed their cat, to be there for their animals, or for example, helping out fostering an animal, and that actually not feeling like it's restricting your life or like you're being of service, where this is a fear-bound relationship, but it's a relationship where you're giving because you want to, and you're also not afraid that once you're done giving that the other creature is going to be mad. Like, you feel like they're going to find gratitude in everything that you've done for them, and that is healthy. That is how it's supposed to be. You doing things for other human beings shouldn't make you feel even worse when you think of putting yourself first and how they're going to react when you're no longer like doing everything at their beck and call. Next up, we have Belladonna visions. So stand firm in what you want, stand firm in your decision, and remind yourself here that it is very clear what is healthy and what isn't. If you're doing something for another person and you're afraid of their reaction once you stop doing it, that is not healthy. They should be happy for everything that you've done for them. I can see here within Hidden Familiars, we have animals somehow show up again. So working with animals is definitely something that can serve you, and is definitely something that I can see is really healthy for you in the long term. And that is the type of service that you should provide, okay? That is the type of service that giving back that you are meant to do, all my beautiful Pisces, okay? So giving back to other living beings, to other species, I can definitely see that being a lot more on your wavelength rather than dealing with ungrateful human beings. I can see here within Mirror Magic that self-care is something you need to look at, okay? Look in the mirror. When was the last time that you pampered yourself, that you gave yourself a nice opportunity for a face mask, or you took yourself out for some sort of beauty treatment or a massage, or that you even give yourself a little bit of extra time to just sleep in. It's important for you to know here in the Mirror Magic that there is like the spectrum of self-care. Which end of the spectrum do you fall on? The spectrum of really actually engaging in self-care, giving yourself enough self-care, or are you more on the low side? Look at that, and also remind yourself that your ancestors fought and tried so hard to have you live this life that you're living today. Don't let them down by just stressing out or just feeling this constant fear, restriction, or heavy burden on you, okay? Make them proud by taking good care of yourself and putting yourself first, enjoying life. That is what a lot of people who came before us fought so hard for us to be able to do. Next, we have Sylphs. So in Sylphs, I can see here that this agent of change is here to help you make an impact on your life, an impact that is a peaceful one, and that it's important for you to keep in mind here that if you want to make an impact, if you want to make a change for the better, change starts with you. You can't influence every single aspect of life or every single person, but what you can change is your outlook on life. And I can see here within the Four of Pentacles that when it comes to your finances, don't feel like you're already making as much as you could make. Don't feel as though there is a cap to how wealthy you can be when it comes to financial success, or even how much free time that you can have. I can see here in the Four of Pentacles that any type of self-deprecating thoughts are definitely going to stop you from reaching your highest potential. And also friends or family members who constantly want your attention and who constantly want you to just give to them. That is another thing that is stifling your growth, where it would definitely be beneficial for you to look at that from a critical standpoint. Next, we have the Universe. So in the Universe, which is a highly positive card, I can see that at the end of the day, everything's going to turn out beautifully for you, all my Pisces babies, because you are this very intuitive as well as compassionate soul. And for people who have good intentions, the universe does always have amazing things and results in stock. So do know here within the universe that at the end of the day, things are going to work out for you. But you decide how quickly they work out for you. You decide for how long that you let other people maybe play with your time, feelings, money, or emotions. So it's also important for you to know that you can set boundaries, but you have to do so earlier rather than later in order to find that you're just more joyful, that you're having fun, that you're laughing more, and that you are living life to its fullest. So all of my beautiful Pisces babies, this is the reading that I received for your sign. I hope that you enjoyed it. Feel free to check out all the other signs in your birth chart if you feel like. Also make sure that you don't miss out on the launch of my new crystal jewelry pieces. I have a feeling that these are going to sell out really quickly, just like my tarot deck. Don't say that I didn't tell you, all my beautiful Pisces. Thank you so much for spending this divine time and space with me, and I'll catch you in one of my upcoming videos.